All right, what is up, you heathens and demons? And that was knocking in my headphones. Holy shit. I can't see my volume level. Hopefully that didn't blow y'all's eardrums out. How y'all doing? It's Easter Sunday. It's an open room. We've already got a couple people in the back room. I'll bring them in just a moment. But you know, it's a holiday. And to me, this is one of the dumbest holidays that we have to practice, or that we practice. We don't have to. I don't practice it anymore. But it's Easter. On this day, supposedly, Jesus rose from the grave, as did other people in Israel, to just kind of march around with no real aim, just except to be seen, I guess. So, you know, hopefully we'll be talking some theology. Hopefully we'll be talking some Easter and stuff like that. But we'll see what the night brings us. But, you know, if you really think about it, God made this world. He inhabited this world with plant and wildlife. And then he graced it with his blessed creation, the creature that is most like he, the God himself. And before we get into this, I have to ask you this question. Like, what do you think of the divinity of this God? Granting this God exists, is it perfect? Can it make mistake? So let us continue. God made the world and graced it with his most perfect reflection of itself, the human being. But within the first generation of that plan, that creation fails. Adam and Eve fail, causing corruption to be born, a corruption in God's plan from the very beginning. I mean, seriously, in God's perfection, its original plan lasts like a couple weeks. This corruption spreads, whether it be God's angels having sex with human women and producing Nephilim, or human civilization slipping into darker and darker debauchery. I mean, we're talking like Littlefinger shit here, offering prostitutes to the whims of sick men with the desire to hurt women, sex with animals, babies, anything that can be conquered. I mean, such a massive failure of God's original plan that once we get to the time of Noah, God is so despondent, its only solution is to kill every single thing that draws life upon the earth, except for like the fish, I guess. Sea life. That can only be defined as a colossal failure, no matter how you think about it. Let's think about what it must have been like to live on the planet in the time of Noah. Every man is corrupt from this darkness. Angels raping human women, producing grotesque monsters that traumatize society. Human beings sacrificing their newborns in orgies of blood-soaked debauchery. Animals being molested at every turn. Human beings were so wicked and vile it wasn't safe to exist at any moment. That is the result of God on this planet. That is the result of the divine. How had Yahweh failed so terribly? The waters come and the world dies, but let us not forget the most important part. Even in its divine determination that this experiment had resulted in absolute failure, the God thing makes its mistake. It cannot kill off its perfect but corrupt creation. It spares one family. The Bible says this is the account of Noah and his family. Noah was a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked faithfully with God. Noah had 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now the earth was corrupt in God's sight and was full of violence. God saw how corrupt the earth had become, for all the people on earth had corrupted their ways. So God said to Noah, I am going to put an end to all people, for the earth is filled with violence because of them. I am surely going to destroy both them and the earth. So make yourself an ark of cypress wood. Make rooms in it and coat it with pitch inside and out. So the waters come and the world dies. And not just all of the humans, but all of the animals, all of the birds, all of the land creatures, water creatures, for some unknown reason, seem to have escaped God's wrath. But everything else dies. except the two of everything, which makes no goddamn sense whatsoever. And I have to ask, if the flood is a result of the corruption of man, then why did God feel the need to kill all of the animals? What in the hell did the grasshoppers do to offend God? Like, Yahweh, dude, this omnipotent being in his great ineptitude can't just contrive a disease that would target those that had earned its ire. So the waters recedes. They take it takes like a year. And now it is time to repopulate this entire planet. Was there a grace period where predators couldn't prey so populations could thrive? Like, but if predators can't feed, how do their populations survive? I mean, whatevs. We are here now at the very beginning of the new plan that it's bound to succeed this time. And we only have the 3 sons of Noah to do it. And damned if one of those sons aren't cursed by God because his dad got drunk and naked. Yeah, Ham gets cursed because he happened to see his naked dad's drunken ass. Was that when the corruption came back in? Because we know that the flood did not end that corruption, that this new plan indeed failed. Hell, go by the Bible, even all of the Nephilim didn't die, which was like the first or second main reason for the flood to begin with, depending on which Christian you ask. And I have to ask, were the sons of Noah sharing wives during this period? Because it seems if you're going to repopulate the world with 3 couples, those couples might want to share and create as many bloodlines as possible. And if they were sharing wives, were they watching? Was Noah's sons like the first cucks ever? So it took like 1,500 years the first time for the corruption to force God's intervention. But with an entire repopulation of human and animal, it would take 2,500 years for the corruption to take hold again. Roughly, I guess. It gets so bad that once again, God must intervene, but this time he sends himself in the form of a limited man that literally prayed to himself for guidance. But even God himself couldn't stop the corruption. He could only put a Band-Aid on it. For if you believe in him as man, then only then can you be saved to an eternal life. This last failure of God, the inept, starts the doomsday clock a-ticking. It wasn't long that John would write his revelation, whoever John was. So from the moment of the great failure of the Jesus God thing, the end was nigh. But even God fails in that, because the end never came. The ages continue to pass. So in essence, the argument is this, to start the open room. No matter how great a failure you are in life, you can never be as great a failure as the one true God itself. Now I will open it up. If anyone wants to come in, challenge or rebuke me on my stupid shit there, feel free to do so. If not, we can talk about whatever we talk about. That's kind of how these things roll. How are y'all doing?
Hey, how you doing there, Ray? Sounds like you're doing pretty good today there, brother.
Oh, yeah. I actually wrote that like 4 weeks ago. I haven't gotten around to doing it.
It's very poetic, and on top of that, there's an irony to it. I just got done talking about the flood on a video, and you're just like, bam, just beating the hell out of it.
Yeah, well, the initial idea was like, let's think about the flood critically, and then it just kind of coalesced into let's think about God's great plan critically here for a moment.
I find it's best never to do that. Never think about it.
So how are y'all doing on this zombie apocalypse Sunday?
Pretty well.
Yep.
Doing all right. The zombies don't seem to want to eat me. They say they'll get gassy.
Yeah, it's good to see you around again, Brett. You've been around quite a bit lately. And anybody else, if you guys want to jump in, I will be going for a while. I know there was a few other people that might be jumping in at some point, so hopefully this will get interesting. But we can talk about whatever you guys want. I'll open the floor to any of you.
Okay, that's an awkward. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So, What the
Well,
fuck?
I got an idea to get the
So
conversation getting towards what Rage is going for. What's people's views in here? I know what Rage is. He's a rock star.
yeah, I'm definitely I don't know. I sometimes I think I'm an agnostic atheist. Sometimes I think I'm a much harder atheist than that. So I fluctuate.
Congratulations on getting the atheist bit right as well. Yeah, agnostic atheist can be both. Many people don't know that.
But that's true. You know, that's true. I think.
Yeah, I'm same. I'm agnostic atheist. Midnight.
Well, I guess, Rage, you were hoping for somebody to respond to the epic thing that you put forth. You obviously put a lot of work into it. You do realize that I hold a position of monotheism along with Christianity, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I would say I am. I would say I am an atheist. Like I don't really believe in the Christian God, but there is something wondrous to the universe, right? To look, to sit back and wonder how the hell are we here? Like, you know what I mean? Like, is it, are we just some, I don't know, cosmic mistake?
Well,
Or
I think if we find out that we are indeed like the only intelligent life in the universe, without a doubt, right? Like that
that'd
becomes
be
like some
sad.
kind of known fact. Then I think we have to wonder. But if we find out like it's actually really common for species like us to pop up, then I don't know.
Well,
It seems kind of random at that point.
I mean, the question. I mean, even if we do find out that we're the only intelligent, the intelligent species in the universe, that doesn't mean a god did it, right? It may
Hmm.
just mean. Hang on. It may just mean that only one, the only one intelligent species can exist per universe, assuming a multiverse. You know what I mean?
Or
Like,
yeah, I mean, it could just mean like this was some like just cosmic bloop, as well. I think that if we ever discovered that, which I think at this point is like a mathematical impossibility, there's got to be life out there somewhere. But if we ever did discover that for a fact, then I think that it would give the theist a good argument. But yeah, you could poke holes in that argument probably for sure.
Well, that is one thing I've been curious about, Rage. They are stating, scientists say there's billions of planets. The universe is like trillions of years old. We should
no,
already,
it's
at the point,
billions, not trillions.
I think it's trillions for the universe. The planet is 4.5 billion years old,
No,
according to
the
No,
scientists.
universe.
It's like
14
13
billion.
billion. Yeah,
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 13 or
the
14
universe is
billion.
13 billion.
13.8 billion.
that's a,
All
Our
right, all
solar
right.
system is
I'm not
our solar system.
all right.
Okay,
I'm not gonna hold to it. If you want to go with billions, that's fine. I could be wrong on that. But don't you think, Rage, that if evolutionary biogenesis is a thing, we should be seeing life just pop up everywhere?
yeah.
Um,
two.
we
So,
probably, I mean, it probably does. We only see a sliver of the universe, and what we do see, it's not like you're going to be able to really tell life, unless it's like some advanced society that's doing something to their sun or something. This is I think it's called the Fermi paradox, right? It is a paradox. I've covered it a couple times on the channel to where, yeah, we should see life out there, and we probably do see life out there, and it probably does get covered up. There's got to be something to some of the conspiracy theories out there, but I've always been the type, until I see it for myself, I'll never truly believe it, because even if there is life out there, I haven't seen the technology that would get us from one place to another like that,
I
outside of
agree.
like Star Trek or something.
I
I
mean,
wish we had the
ultimately,
Star Trek
it's like
future.
this, right? So over the course of like the universe, like universal time scale, right? If you think about how long a planet is habitable, even if you, in the amount of time it took for this planet to form intelligent life that could escape the gravity well, right? Um, that's such a very small. It's like fireworks going off on a dark night. There's a bunch of fireworks going off, but just because one firework doesn't see the next firework doesn't mean that there's not a whole bunch of fireworks going off. You know what I mean? You get one poof,
yeah.
the explosion goes off, and then all the flash and all the light is gone, and then here comes another one, poof, light and flash, and everything's gone. and they never see each other, but they're all over the place and they fill the sky, but there's such brief moments of time on the scale that you're looking at that it comes and goes within a brief millisecond of the universal time scale. And we're getting to the point now where we understand that, yes, you could theoretically, you could see the entire Milky Way galaxy within a few 100 million years or 100 million years, right? But you're not going to be humans by the time you get to the next solar system. You're evolved on the way. You're not going to be humans. And the ability to keep a civilization cohesive over those great distances is not possible. So we now see that realistically it's a dream that could never be fulfilled, right? You get to a certain point and you realize feasibly interstellar travel is not feasible. It's not a thing.
Yeah, unless you figure some way to get from point A to point B, some shortcut to get from there, whether it be wormholes or whatever, science fiction shit. Like going from one solar system to the next is not something that's gonna really happen ever. But and when it comes to life in the universe, in order for us to be able to observe it here on Earth, it would have to be something like a class 3 civilization, something that is at least sucking all the resources from its general solar system, right? So it would have to be something like massively observable for us to be able to observe it. And again, we're only observing a sliver of the known universe.
Yeah, you'd have to be able to make something like a beacon of sorts that's going to last billions of years, in the hope that there's going to be an intelligent civilization that will see it and be able to decode it, figure out what's going on, because it could last 1,000,000 years, right? But what if it was the 1,000,000 years before humans were, intelligent enough to not just be banging rocks around,
Hey, Rage, could I ask you something as well as Mr. Puff there? I think we're all open-minded to the idea of there being more life out there and maybe even something even more advanced. Why can't we go that far with the concept of God, though?
I mean, I think I probably
I love
could.
I love how you sneaks that in, Ben.
Yeah. I think you probably could
Not
if you
Ben. Sorry.
So if you I just had this conversation with Khalil yesterday. If you see if gods aren't like eternal, right? So if you could subscribe to something like the multiverse theory or something like that, then you could easily still put God there, and like there's a God for everyone. I think that if one God exists, and I grant the possibility, although I don't think it's likely, but if one God exists, then I think others must, right? So I don't think it would be some higher power beyond Earth, space, and time. I think it would probably be physical entities through whatever means, probably technology, have figured out immortality.
Well, there you go. You're on to something there, Rage.
But I don't think that's likely. I think that's science fiction.
I don't know. I think life is an emergent property of the universe, and I don't think life is uncommon. I think that we're going to find out, even in our solar system, that life exists on other planets, but it's not life, intelligent, communicable life. It's microbes, it's small germs, bacteria. Because for the vast history of of Earth's history, we weren't even multicellular life. We were single cell life for the vast majority of the history of the planet, right? And then once they started, multicellular life came about, then that's when it really started to take off. But for the vast majority of the planet's history, it's only ever been single cell life.
Well, Rage, I wanted to say something before you said it's all science fiction. Well, there have been many things. There have been many things that that people thought was science fiction, which we have now. So
Sure. I think oftentimes science fiction kind of stretches the limits of our imaginations, and it makes it possible for us to go further than we would. Sure, like they were talking about cloning well before we were cloning. Yeah, without a doubt.
So leave yourself open to the possibility of traveling beyond the stars.
Well, I mean, if we can figure out a different propulsion system, or like right now, I think our best idea to try to do it would be like some kind of balloon ship riding on solar waves. But it would literally take like I don't know, like a million years to get to the next solar system. Like it would take so long. Like as Puff said, by then you've probably done evolved as a species if you even exist that long.
And if you live a million years in a near zero gravity environment, the species that gets to that next planet is not going to be evolved and live in a gravity well. Period. And plus, once you get to the point where you can actually start to colonize the outer parts of your solar system and then maybe even the galaxy, it becomes stupid to go to a planet at that point because you can get all the same resources and at a far cheaper cost in terms of effort and expenditure of resources from asteroids and moons that don't have nearly the gravity to fight to get back off that rock.
Yeah, I agree. Our next stage in civilization should be to start pretty much mining our local solar system. That'll be like the next 1,000 years of humanity right there, probably.
Like instead of going after Mars, if we started building a Dyson swarm, that would be a much more efficient use of our time and our energy, our limited resources in our solar system.
Exactly. Yeah. Once we get off planet, we're able to start mining the resources in the space around us, then we can actually start really trying to save this one that we live on, the living planet.
Because I have a feeling once we become a full level 1 where we can operate in the universe, we've conquered our solar system basically, Earth is just going to be a museum of where humans came from.
Ray, do you mind if I ask you a question? Because I like the topic that you came up with in the beginning.
Yeah, go ahead. But I've got it on speaker right now, so I'll be able to hear, but it might take me a minute to respond.
All right. Well, I'm curious about this. I don't know if you've ever seen this verse before. It's John 15:19. We were talking about life forms, other worlds. It says, if you were of the world would love you as its own. But because you are not of this world, I chose you out of the world. Therefore, the world hates you. But it also has right here in John 18, he says, I am not of this world. How do you think Jesus knew that if he was nothing more than a primitive man, that there were other worlds and beyond the earth?
Well, I mean, long before the Christians ever existed, long before the Israelites ever existed, the Indians had already figured out that there was other planets, other solar systems. They were pretty darn close about the age of the universe. They were not dissuaded by thinking that their God somehow made them special. They understood that things were an iterative process, right? So
also,
I mean, you just had like a really special like main character in your book.
Yeah, I would also like to. I would also like the word. Yeah, I'm checking. I would also like to point out that the word planet means wanderer, right? So I think it was the Greeks that named, they named, they named planets that, right? Because they noticed that, oh, hey, you know what? That star seems to be moving across the sky. It's a wanderer. I mean, only later that we find out that they were other worlds like us, unless they knew. Well, basically that's what I'm saying. They knew that they knew that planets were different from stars because they moved in the sky.
But Bob is right. There's been multiple patches and updates to existence.
Yes, you know what? I love you, Bob's. I love you, Bob's best file.
Yes.
I'm just suggesting
Praise Bob.
we're talking about heaven, not other planets. When he says he's not of this world, he might have been talking about heaven.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to recognize that voice. I can now remove my finger from the remove button because I'm like, porn bomb and shit.
Oh, sorry. I was just trying not to interrupt.
Oh yeah, I figured I recognized that voice. How you doing?
I just came in as Bob's best file because we're talking about Jesus.
I love that it's Knuckles. That you have Ugandan Knuckles wearing fucking toga.
Yeah. Because
So
he knows the way.
you guys were saying that because of the time period Jesus would have walked in, they had that information already. How do you explain Genesis, though, the first book, where they're actually stating that God is outside in the universe creating the earth?
Well,
I
they got
mean,
the
creative
series of
narratives?
steps wrong by a long shot, but we can go
It's
from there.
like
Yeah.
it's
But
like
they are
like
wrong as
well,
well. But
and Torah was
Go
written
ahead, Wildheart.
Torah was written. I mean, we're talking like at the earliest, I believe, is 700 BC. So you're still talking like Chinese had advanced astronomy at that point. They were imagining things, and I when you say primitive man, I don't think they were so primitive 2,000 years ago that they lacked imagination. I think we evolved that somewhere around, I don't know, probably
well,
50, at least 50,000 years ago or so.
yeah, but like when he says primitive man, I think of, like you said, 80,000 years ago, or you know what I mean, like just what?
yeah, 2,000 years is nothing really. When
No,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're talking like we probably developed an imagination, I don't know, 200,000 years ago, right? Like we were drawn on the cave walls 200,000 years ago. We have statues of like animal gods from like, I don't know, 75,000 years ago. So we were using our imaginations. I don't
But-
think it's hard to imagine if you live on a world that you can imagine other worlds out there. Now, whether that's a fact, that's another
well, yeah,
thing.
that's a
But
good point.
yeah.
But it is interesting. It is interesting that that I believe it was 80,000 or 60,000 years ago. That's when that's when humanity exploded to its current form. And what I mean by that, that's when our like our our intelligence, our like our creativity, it's just like skyrocketed to they guided us to where we are now.
Well, that's when we discovered the rest of the world was also a good place to have sex.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
Probably
And somehow, like 2,000 years ago, all of this, really important shit happened before we had cell phones to record it, or, like you would think, like if God was going to choose his time to come back, like now would be the time to do it, right? Not like 2,000 years ago when nothing mattered yet.
He can't,
Hasn't
because
it been
Yahweh.
like Go ahead.
Sorry, real quick. Yahweh is in version 1.02, so he can't. It's been patched and revamped. He doesn't have any powers anymore. He can just kind of talk to people, and he sits up in heaven and walks around.
I love, dude. I can't get past this. I love it. I love you doing that.
But
like,
hasn't it been like for like the theme of like all of human history, or the like recorded human history, that we basically, when life sucks, we all sit back and imagine a place where it's so much awesomer, and there's none of the burdens and the shitty parts of life that we got to deal with and all that. There's got to be there, right? Like that's like the one running theme of humanity. We all like, man, I wish there's got to be like a perfect desert island somewhere where I don't have to worry about freezing my ass off or dodging fucking tigers and shit. Like food just comes on fucking platters for me, and there's just all these ladies I can have sex with, or dudes, or whatever.
sounds a lot like heaven when you
That's
think about
basically
it.
heaven.
Yeah,
and
people have always wanted that, because they're like, if I didn't have to bust my ass and fucking nearly die to survive, I could really enjoy this planet.
Yep.
Well, and then we have the opposite of that. Human beings were such this mixed bag, right? So you have that. We've always done that, and I agree with you. That's been a staple of humanity. But we've also had the reverse of that. We have the Stephen Kings and the Clive Barkers of the world that use their imaginations to put you in the worst spot you could possibly be in. And I think it goes all the way back to people conceiving notions of hell or some kind of underworld where there's levels of demonic torture. We've always been able to imagine these horror stories. Like human beings and our imaginations is one of the greatest tools we've utilized throughout our evolution.
I agree with you 100%. And in fact, people actually underestimate their own imaginations. You know what I mean? Some people just have very, 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 very little imagination.
Yeah, I agree with
Others-
that. I've met quite a few that just like totally void of imagination at all. I'm like, they're fucking robots.
Basically,
You guys are making me feel weird, because I've thought multiple times about what a heaven would be like, And then as I think about the stuff I think would be in heaven, I slowly discover that it's actually a terrifying place.
Oh, me
Well,
too.
Well, no, sir.
Yeah, me too.
Sir, or Bob's file.
No, I'm sure it's fine. But it's just
Okay.
it always turns out to be like a Twilight Zone episode.
But there's nothing to think. There's no need to feel weird. Like, you know what I mean?
I think it's
What the fuck?
forever, no matter where you are, just
Wait,
eternity.
so-
So,
Drake, do you know who this guy is?
The 7-day cycle guy.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I with all new people. Oh, sorry. With all new people, I have the finger on the remove, but I don't think you're going to be porn bombing me, so I'll take it off.
I mean, I was just like, who is that? But yeah, so like I said, there's no need to feel weirdo. Like you don't feel weird. God damn it, I can't speak.
Wow,
But again-
you
but
guys
again-
were all talking about how everyone's thought about how great heaven is.
Well,
Ray, do you know
I really
you
never
can
thought
use
the
an
opposite.
overlay to protect yourself from that kind of stuff?
Well, I had one set up with my old setup, but I erased everything. So now I'm just getting everything set back up for these conversations. So yeah, eventually I'll have overlays. But yeah, I appreciate you showing your face. If you're more comfortable with the camera off, feel free. But I do appreciate, I've had several people porn bomb me.
So thank you very much for the hospitality, guys. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
Nice
Feel free to
to meet
pipe
you.
in whenever as well.
All right. Me, I'm a Christian, and I think we spoke Rage a while ago. Thank you for finally inviting me on your show. There was much that was said in the beginning, your introduction. Some things I agree with, and most things I disagree with. I would like to start off by saying Easter has nothing to do with Christianity. It's a pagan custom. Our God, Jesus Christ, who became flesh, did not die on a Friday and did not resurrect on a Sunday. So there's nowhere in Scripture would a person be able to substantiate that he died on a Friday, nor that he resurrected on a Sunday. That being said, I saw your interaction with Khalil on grounding truth with a mind, and his argument is consistent as it relates to that, but unfortunately it does not validate the God of Islam. Unfortunately, what I would say is it validates the God of Christianity. First of all, go ahead.
Well, I think real quick with a lot of these philosophical arguments, that's like the conundrum that theists faced when they utilized them, because they actually apply to most theism. They're designed to prove theism true, and usually not a specific God. People have to change things about them to get them to their specific God. So I mean, that's like the conundrum. Like Muslims, Christians, they all these different religions can utilize arguments like the Kalam, arguments like the argument from contingency, and several of the other arguments I'm probably going to get from Khalil, because they're arguments for theism, not so much a particular individual God.
I totally agree. Here's the issue. When it comes to the Kalam argument or the contingency argument or the grounding in truth needing a mind argument, it does not substantiate or validate the God of Islam, because they cannot connect the cause to the effect, the creator to creation. It's problematic when it comes to their narrative, it's insufficient as to validate that their God is actually the creator.
I think the God of Islam is the same God that Christians follow, the God of Abraham. I think Muhammad just stole a few things from a few different religions to make his religion.
Actually, that's totally impossible, and I'll give you one example why. Unlike the God of Islam, they're not able to substantiate that their God is the creator or the mind that grounded all reality. Let me give you an example.
Neither Christian, by the way.
May
our
I
God-
ask 7-day cycle guy a question?
Well,
If
can I
that's
just
true-
substantiate? Can I just
Well,
substantiate?
yeah,
Yeah,
let him
suppose.
finish, Brett. Let
Okay.
him finish, and then anybody can ask a question.
No problem. The reason why I say that is because we could actually demonstrate that our God is the creator. And I base that on the fact that our God says he is the truth, not something that's outside of himself, but he is that truth, and truth proceeds from him. And he says that his word is truth. And he says in Colossians 1:16 and 17 that all creation is subject to his word. So basically what he's saying is that his word subjugates or submits all reality to what it stipulates. His word stipulates. So one example is the 7-day cycle proof. It's based on two propositions. Number one, the authorship of the 7-day cycle, and number two, the prediction of its universal application throughout all nations as a sign of his power and his sovereignty over this earth. So by those two propositions, without going too deep into my argumentation, that demonstrates that your reality is subject to the power of his word. That's something that Islam cannot do and no other religion can do on this earth. But our God can do it.
All right, may I ask a question?
The demonstration that God created the universe is that God said he created the universe in the Bible. That's your demonstration.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So your demonstration that God created the universe, the Christian God, is that God said he created the universe in the Bible.
No. My argument is based on two propositions. Number one, that he's the author of the 7-day cycle, and number two, that he predicted. The predictive part is the one that shows power over your reality. He predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a demonstration of his power over all nations, while all nations kept a different cycle for the veneration of their gods. So by that, ipso facto, he's shown power over the nations and the gods of the nations, which includes the God of Islam, because every Islamic nation keeps a 7-day cycle as God predicted in Isaiah 66:23, in which Jesus reaffirmed when he said, I am Lord of the Sabbath. So wherever there's the Sabbath, which is directly linked to the 7-day cycle, there is the sphere of his influence. So he is sovereign. Jesus Christ is sovereign. 2,000 years ago, when only one nation kept the 7-day cycle, we see the domino effect until the USSR was submitted in the 1940s. So that is a demonstration of power over all nations, something that the God of Islam or every skeptic cannot argue against.
So wait,
You'll have to explain the
that-
seven-day-
so that had nothing to do.
Question?
Real quick, so that had nothing to do with the Western world being dominant and control of the economics of the world.
Well, what do you mean by that? Can you elaborate a little
Well,
further?
the rest of the world slowly adopted the 7-day cycle as the Western world was entering the Industrial Revolution.
Okay,
Right? They controlled business all around the world.
okay. Here's the issue with that. First of all, the 7-day cycle predates the industrialization
Yeah,
of the
it
world.
does, but it doesn't predate it on a global scale.
Let me tell you why that's problematic. First of all, it still doesn't account for the prophecy. All that would mean is that God used human agency to accomplish his will. But that's not the case. Why? Because the 7-day cycle is universal, was already being implemented before globalization. Example, Japan adopted the 7-day cycle in the 8th century. That's before Western influence. And Rome, by whom so-called Christianity was propagated, adopted the 7-day cycle before it became so-called Christianity in the year 70 AD by the adoption of the Julian calendar. And furthermore, the Gregorian calendar is not universal. For example, Iran and Ethiopia does not keep a Gregorian calendar, yet they keep a 7-day cycle. So human agency cannot account for why the 7-day cycle is universal by those points I just stipulated.
Actually, the 7-day cycle was brought to Japan via the Buddhist monks who was bringing text like books from Europe.
Well, texts from Europe. The Buddhist monks were using texts from Europe.
And also, very specifically, the 7-day cycle we use today is not the 7-day cycle in the Bible.
No,
can you elaborate on that? What's the difference between the 7-day cycle in the Bible and the 7-day cycle?
Sabbath is Saturday.
No. I'm not arguing for the Sabbath. I'm arguing for the 7-day cycle.
Part of the 7-day cycle. The 7-day cycle in the Bible, Saturday is the last day of the week.
I agree. But but that doesn't argue or militate against my position, because I'm not arguing for the Sabbath. I'm arguing for the 7-day cycle.
I didn't say you are. I'm saying, but it's a different 7-day cycle.
I agree with that, but that's irrelevant to the point I just established, because I'm arguing for the 7-day cycle, not the Sabbath.
Okay, so not the one in the Bible, just in general.
No, I'm arguing for the 7-day cycle, which is specifically Hebraic. Now, what day?
So the one where Saturday is the end of the week.
I agree with that, but whether this let me stipulate it correctly. Whether whether you keep this Saturday as the true Sabbath or Sunday is irrelevant, because both of them are compatible with a 7-day cycle. So it's totally irrelevant to my point. My two propositions are still valid, Number one, the authorship of the 7-day cycle is specifically exclusive to the God of the Hebrews. And number two, he predicted it. Its universal application. So your argument has no impact
The
on my
7-day
proposition.
cycle. Well, first off, the 7-day cycle existed before Judaism.
I see you later, there, Raid.
Judaism, I'm not arguing for Judaism. The 7-day cycle is before Judaism.
But yeah, before Hebrews.
Real quick, I'm sorry I didn't catch that, Brett. I know Brett wanted to ask a question a long time ago.
Well, I was
that.
saying I was going to take off. It's been going back and forth between Bob and the other guy. It looks like that's going to go on for a while. So it was nice talking to you, Rage. Have a good one.
Oh yeah. I mean, come back anytime if the conversation steers the way you want it. You know.
Just to add, just to quickly add to what my friend Bob was saying. I think Bob, just to let you know, you cannot substantiate historically that the 7-day cycle predates the Hebrews. That's impossible. I've argued this multiple times. I've done multiple videos on my channel as it relates to that. If you're going to Babylon, they kept the lunar cycle. Sumerians kept the lunar cycle. Assyrians kept the lunar cycle. The point is that their last week ended in 8 or 9 days to be consistent with the lunar cycle. So that's not a recurrent 7-day cycle.
All right, real quick, I know, sir, I want Serb to be able to respond, and Bria's here. I want her to be able to get into this as well. But let me just I want to understand completely. So because we have settled on a 7-day cycle, that is your evidence of the existence of God, and not just God, but the Christian God, Yahweh.
Make it clear. It's going to be quick. The fact that he predicted it. The predictive part of my argument is the one demonstrating power over all nations. Cool. So that's the point that you need to address, the predictive part.
Cool. Bree, you're just getting in. If you want to jump in, and then I know Serb is going back and forth as well. So
we talked a little bit ago. Do you remember me?
I remember.
We got into the topic about Ringwood, which I do want to engage with you about at some point, but I don't want to overthrow what you're already talking about here. So we're gonna get into that at some point. I promise. But for now, I just want to talk about this. I want to ask a couple of questions about your 7-day cycle, just to kind of give a feel for what it is. So is the 7-day cycle, is it anthropocentric, or are there ways for us to independently detect it? Like if everybody forgot what day of the week it was all at once, will we be able to find our way back onto that cycle properly by some kind of external measurement?
The only way you would, let's say we would all be forget the unit of measurement, or the scale that we use to if we forgot what the cycle was, the only reference we would have, the reference point, would be the Bible.
Okay, so it's purely a cultural thing. It has a cultural impact. There's no astrological or
exactly. It's totally arbitrary, and it's not cultural. Is scriptural. Because culture, I'm not sure what you mean by culture. It's not ethnocentric. It's
only passed down by people is what I mean by that.
It's passed down. It's passed down by the Hebrews.
I don't think there's chimpanzees out there recognizing the 7-day cycle. So yeah, just us. So it's very centered on us as a species, and it is based on how we keep track of our own time. Is that what I'm understanding? And is that built around a lunar cycle? Because I know in Islam the lunar cycle is important. I don't know if.
No, it has nothing to do with the lunar cycle, because the lunar cycle is 29.5 days, and all the nations that did keep a lunar cycle, for example, Babylon, Assyria, Samaria, they would add an 8 or 9 day on the last week, which is not a recurrent 7-day cycle. The only point of reference we would have for a 7-day cycle is specifically in the Hebrew scriptures. So it's not cultural; it's specifically a spiritual from the God of the Hebrews. So I established the God of the Hebrews by the fact that he predicted something. His word written in this Bible has power to subjugate our reality. It's not circular reasoning. It is the law of cause and effect. The cause of the 7-day cycle is God, and the effects could be ascertained in our reality. It's universal. And by
So-
that demonstrating power over all of
Wait,
us.
how long do I have to hold on to this reply? Exactly. Do I need to write it down so I don't forget it?
No, go ahead.
I'll let you have your response, Bob. I'll ask another question in a minute. You go ahead.
Okay, first off, he changed the story. He said they didn't have a 7-day cycle, and then it turns out they do have a 7-day cycle, except for the last week, I guess. Which I actually didn't know that. I knew that they had a 7-day cycle in general. There's no evidence that the Jewish creation myth exists before Babylonian captivity. It seems like the Jews adopted the 7-day cycles from
Well, I think it
Babylon.
points out how imperfect the 7-day cycle is too. The way that to match it up with anything physical and going on in the world around us, we have to add this extra time on that. That's kind of
and Babylon had multiple cycles
I
going
think.
at the same time.
Okay, just to quickly respond to that, first of all, the 7-day cycle is perfect in the sense that God created it and it's universal now, as he predicted. So let me make it clear. It has nothing to do with nature. So that militates for my position as opposed to... let me just finalize. It's the fact that it's totally arbitrary militates for my argument. Supports my argument, not militate against it. That's first of all. Second of all, as far as the Babylonian claim, if it's a cycle, it's recurrent. The fact that they had an 8 or 9 day on last week demonstrates that it's not recurrent. So we cannot say that the 7-day cycle originated with the Babylonians, Assyrians, or Sumerians. It's exclusively Hebraic. So that's the point I'm establishing. And even if I were to accept your claim, it still does not militate against my second proposition, which is the prediction part. Babylon did not predict, Assyria did not predict, and Sumerians did not predict, but the God of the Hebrews did, and Jesus Christ confirmed it 2,000 years ago when only one nation kept the 7-day cycle, which was Israel. That is something we can verify easily.
Not every nation keeps the 7-day cycle now. I mean, you're not going to go to the North Sentinelese Islands and talk to those natives, and they're going to tell you they have a 7-day calendar. I'm afraid that that's not going to be the case when you get there. I don't think it's universal. I don't think you're going to get to any uncontacted people and have them present to you a 7-day cycle. I just don't think that that's what they're going to have. They may have a lunar cycle.
Well, here's the thing. They might, because the reason why the Babylonians had a 7-day cycle and extra days at the end on the last week was because it's really close to dividing up a lunar month.
That's why I said it was a lunar cycle. But again,
so the 7-day cycle is a lunar cycle.
Okay, if you want to say a cycle, which is something recurrent, equals adding an extra day in the last week, and that's what you call a recurrent 7-day cycle, I'm not even going to argue that with you. And just in case, until we have that specification established and put on the table, that you're saying a 7-day cycle equals adding an extra 1 or 2 days at the end of the last week. I'm not going to argue against that. And as for what Brainbug said, that is a good argument, but it doesn't account for what I have presented. Why? Because I said Jesus came to submit the nations, and every nation has been submitted to a 7-day cycle, which is the civic calendar, and every tribe are under the government of a nation. So whatever tribe you want, remote tribe you want to refer to,
they have their own
whatever tribe you want to refer me to, I could show you that there are they comprise within the jurisdiction of a nation. Whatever tribe you want to go to.
That the country that they happen to live in may put them under that, but they have under their own sovereignty. They don't realize that they're under the 7-day cycle.
I agree. I agree with you.
They are not aware of that at all. They're not under.
I know. I agree with you, Brainbug. But here's the issue. I didn't say Jesus came to submit every individual person. I said he came to submit every nation, and ipso facto, by the fact that this trickles down, the government and the people under their their governance. So the fact that every tribal community are under this, are subject to their government.
They aren't.
Ipso facto,
subject to that government, though. They don't think they're subject to that government. The government.
What they think is the least of my concern. What they think.
It seems like you're not understanding the word sovereignty, because they don't. They're sovereign. They're their own governance.
No. Let's make it clear. Whatever tribe, remote tribe you're referring to, there are within the parameters of a nation. That's my point. The nation has been submitted ipso facto. Everybody under them are also submitted to Jesus Christ. So whatever tribe you want to refer me to, show me the name. Give me a reference point. Give me a reference point, and I will show you what nation they fall under.
I just presented you the North Sentinelese Islands, and they are self-governing. They do not recognize any allegiance to any other nation.
The Sentinelese are in Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. So,
well, they're in those islands, yeah, but they are their own sovereign.
No. You could be sovereign in your little corner.
They've never been contacted, my friend. They've never been contacted by
anybody. I get your point.
They are not submitted as a nation to any other country.
My point is, you could go in your little corner and go to under a 10-day calendar. I don't care. The fact still remains is you're under the jurisdiction of a nation, and that nation is under. And just finalize. That nation is under the jurisdiction of Jesus Christ by their strict adherence to the 7-day cycle. So I don't care what a remote tribe does under their own self-autonomy. The fact still remains is that they're under the jurisdiction of a nation, and that nation has been submitted to a
jurisdiction of a nation. That's
yes,
your claim. You need to support that. They're under the protection of a nation, but they are their own self-governing.
Yeah,
never been.
No, they have their self-autonomy, but they're still under the jurisdiction of a nation. No,
actually, they're not.
They're not a nation. Let's put it this way. Let's keep it.
No,
simple.
they are a nation. They're a people. That's what a nation is.
What's their own government?
Do they have a place in the United Nations?
Indonesia doesn't even accept governance over them.
Now, excuse me. Can you give me the flag and the place that the Sentinelese have in the United Nations?
They're completely removed from the system.
No. Who besides you agree that the Sentinelese is a nation or a country?
What's a nation to you?
A nation is a country that has a flag, that has a government, and that has a place in the United Nations.
What's the nation of Israel?
The nation of Israel is Israel.
Well, yeah, but what is that? Is that the government and the geographical area, or is it the people?
No, it's the in our worldly understanding, it is the nation, and they have a place in the United Nations. And in the biblical sense, Israel is a spiritual group of people who honor God and Jesus Christ, as per Psalms 87.
Yeah, but geopolitically, a nation refers to the people, even on the grand scale of the United Nations. It doesn't refer to the government.
Okay, so
we're the landmass.
Just to keep it even more simple, they're not a country. Okay, every country.
Yeah, they're not a country. Well,
okay,
I mean, maybe they're a country. Depends on how you want to define a country.
No.
They don't really have a government, right? They're a tribal.
Every country in this world has been submitted to a 7-day cycle. Every civic calendar has been submitted to a 7-day calendar. So when I say civic calendar, that is referring to nations. But if you don't like the word nations, countries. And the fact that you have to go there is quite desperate, because you're not a remote.
Afghanistan and Iran don't use it. Ethiopia doesn't use it, and neither does Nepal.
You're telling me Ethiopia doesn't use a 7-day cycle?
Go look it up,
buddy. I don't need to look it up. I already know it. 70s.
They use what's called the Ethiopian calendar. It's their own thing.
You're just asserting this as universal. Can you? Is there evidence of that?
Wait. I will become an atheist right now.
You still haven't shown that the 7-day cycle is because of God. You're just claiming it because it's in a.
No, that's a different point. Now let's get back to the first point that you made. I will become an atheist on this show right now. I will deny Jesus Christ, and I will throw this book out the window if you show me that Ethiopia, Iran does not keep a 7-day cycle, a civic calendar. Show me that. Let's put it on the screen.
I'll look at the Ethiopian calendar right now.
Please.
I'm actually I'm looking at
it. Remember, I said civic.
I'm actually looking at it right now. It says many Ethiopians use a 12-hour clock with one cycle of 1 to 12 from dawn to dusk, and the other cycle from dusk to dawn.
That has nothing to do with the 7-day cycle. I asked you for a civic calendar.
That's a 12-day cycle.
No, I just told
you. 14-day cycle, but
you just
14-day cycle. Sorry.
You just said, and I'm gonna stipulate what you just said. You said certain Ethiopians. I didn't ask you for what a certain group of people, like as per the example of the remote tribes.
This is the Ethiopian calendar.
No, I asked you for the civic calendar. Show me the civic, which refers to government, doesn't adhere to a 7-day cycle. If you can do that, I will become an atheist on this show right now. And the fact that we have to do this is quite impressive. But everybody knows every nation in this world adheres to a 7-day cycle. I don't know why we're arguing against this. You have to go a different angle to argue. The fact you're trying to argue this is quite.
Yeah. So what Ethiopia uses for business as what you would
Right,
call a
right.
civic calendar.
Right.
It's
right,
12
exactly.
months, 30 days, but they have an additional what's called a 13th month, adding 6 days. Just like basically just like what the Babylonians did.
I asked you for a simple thing, a simple reference. Show me the Ethiopians or any country in this world that does not have a 7-day cycle as their civic calendar. We can put civic calendar Ethiopia Google search, and they're going to give you.
Here you go. I got a first website I found, the Embassy of Ethiopia. There you go.
Go ahead.
There's the link.
Put it on the screen. Show me the civic calendar, please.
I live in the middle of nowhere. I can't share stuff. Someone else.
The one who's in charge. If I will become an atheist right now, if you can show me that a civic calendar, which refers to government, because I came here to demonstrate Jesus has power over every government in this earth, on this earth. That's my point.
Is Jesus Christian?
I'm sorry?
Jesus, is he Christian?
Of course.
Bullshit.
Well,
he died as a Jew. Shut up. You just fucked it up.
Thank you.
If anyone that can't read it, I just put the quote from the embassy website.
And what does it say? Read it for us, because we can't really see.
It's what I just said. The Ethiopian calendar has 12 months. The civic calendar, right, has 12
show
months.
Show me where it says civic. Show me where it says civic.
It's like the second paragraph under the Ethiopian calendar. But I put the quote in the text.
Read it word for word. Read it word for word.
That's what I was just doing.
Okay, please go ahead.
The Ethiopian calendar has 12 months, 30 days each, plus 5 or 6 additional days, sometimes known as the 13th month, which is added at the end of the year to match the calendar to the solar cycle.
Okay, explain to me how having 12 months and having extra days in that month, a 13th month, affects a 7-day recurrent cycle. Explain to me how that
the extra week at the end is not 7 days.
Yeah,
my friend, I asked you to show me how any extra day, I could add an extra day to our calendar today, and it still doesn't affect the 7-day recurrent cycle.
Okay, now there's an hypocrisy here. You saying Babylon didn't have a 7-day cycle because they had a week that had different number of days at the very end. Now there's a week at the end of the calendar here that isn't 7 days. And you're saying it doesn't matter anymore.
Wait. Are you? Let me see if I understand what you're saying. Are you telling me that the Ethiopians added extra day to the week or added extra days to the month?
Added a non-7-day period week to the calendar.
That's not true. That's not true.
It's right there.
You know what? My friend, you just read it, and it does not say that.
Not only does it just say it on screen, I put the quote there for you to read.
No. Read the part where it said they added extra days to the week.
A 6-day period. Yeah.
No. They added a 6-day period, but it didn't say to the week.
That's a week.
Just like the Babylonians.
We add extra days to our year. Every 3 or 4 years, that does not change the week.
Though on our calendar, it changes the day of the week on their calendar. They have
no. Show me. Read
they have
the
a
part
week
where it
in their
says
year that is only 6 days. It's not a 7-day cycle. It's a mostly 7-day cycle. It's a 53% 7-day cycle. And
I'm sorry, guys.
Why would the cycle even matter?
Okay, no. Can I? We add extra days to our yearly calendar as well, the Gregorian calendar. It does not change the weekly cycle. What are you telling me? Show me where it says it added extra 6 days to the week. Show me that.
I'm gonna just cut this argument real quick.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because there's different religions that predicted different things. There's literally different religions that predicted Trump being president, and that actually did happen. So just a 7-day week calendar ain't nothing. Have you not watched The Simpsons and not seen what they predicted?
Is this Rich speaking? Is this Rich or
no? This is
the devil guy. The devil guy.
Yeah,
no
the
problem.
devil guy. So it doesn't matter if you can predict a couple of little things in your book. Like a day of a week, it's not enough evidence. I don't care how much.
I understand, but Corey, the problem is that whatever prediction that you're claiming, I have to put that to the test. It's not universal. So it doesn't demonstrate power over all nations. One thing, let me just finalize. My prediction is universal. So you have to give me something that's analogous to demonstrate power over all nations. My prediction is universal. And just to finalize, please, everybody, Ethiopia keeps a 7-day cycle. It's recurrent. Anybody that claims otherwise is from a different reality. Nowhere does it say they added extra days to the week, but that was a nice attempt, a desperate attempt. And please, guys, don't go saying the Ethiopia keeps a 7-day cycle. People are gonna laugh. People are gonna laugh at you.
You know it's not even right. You know the 7-day cycle is not even right. You know our Earth rotates at. It's actually a calendar is a little different. And who's saying that in a couple years we are not going to have another calendar?
The day that happens.
Do a little bit of cosmology, you will understand our rotation of our Earth actually goes around the Earth in one rotation and 23 hours and 57 minutes. This means in a couple thousand more years, we're going to have to change our calendar. So will this argument hold up in a couple thousand years?
Real quick,
when that happens, I will become an atheist. Okay.
Real quick, I agree with that. Well, you already said you become an atheist, and you kind of backtracked on that because sir proved you wrong.
Who said that?
But what I'm saying is, I agree with laughing here. My friend Andy, I agree. I think that this is like one of the dumbest arguments for God I've ever heard. But I'm willing to let it go on, so I'm going to shut up. And I'd love to hear from everybody else that hasn't gotten in yet. I know look out for number one is coming. He hasn't had a chance to speak, so I'd like to get some other people up in here too.
But
real quick, I just want to.
Did you not realize the calendars have changed in the past, and they're going to change in the future?
We've already established that the 7-day cycle in the Bible is not the one that everyone's subject to.
Just because our argument has been three arguments has been made. First of all, I just like quickly, and I'm gonna let you guys go on. Very desperate for somebody to claim the Ethiopians don't keep a 7-day cycle, and the example that was provided, the reference is saying that they added 6 days. We add days to our calendar as well.
Are you saying that 6 is 7? Is that what you just said? You just said right now on the stream?
Brain bug. Can you please not misrepresent what I'm saying? I said
what you just said.
No, but okay, I'm gonna repeat it, and maybe this time you're gonna finally get it through your head. I said, and I made it clear that adding 6 days to a yearly calendar, as we do with our own calendar, we add extra days to our own calendar, does not affect the weekly cycle. Adding 6 days to a yearly calendar or to a month does not affect the fact that we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we do it all over again.
And then they do
the
1,
fact
2, 3,
that you don't
4, 5,
understand,
6 and stop right there, and that's
it doesn't say that. It does not say that.
Yes, they said they had the 6 day period. If they added a 6 day period, is that 7 days? If not, then how can it be a 7-day cycle?
It did not say to the week. Wait, brain bug. It does not say they added 6 days to a week.
Look, real quick, let me walk him through this because I want to. Let me walk him through this
6 day week.
I want to walk him through the math on this, right?
Right.
So
go ahead.
They don't always add the 5 or 6 extra days. They go through a few years of not having that 13th month. You know why? Because when you take 30 days, they have a 30-day month. Divide it by 12, they have 12 months. That's 360 days. Divide by 7, 51 weeks. They're just a little off. They're less than a half a day off. So after they go through a few years, they have a leap, essentially a short leap week that they add to the calendar, breaking the cycle.
Okay,
they break the cycle in the exact same way the Babylonians break the cycle, and you said isn't the cycle.
Okay, so can I respond to that? Again, yes. You just said, what you just stating goes against your own position. You're saying that they can add extra days to a month. It's still, let me make it clear to you. Let's say we add extra days to the month of April. Let's say
they add it to a month. They don't add it to a month.
They add it to what?
They make a new month that has only 1 week in it, and that 1 week is only ever 5 or 6 days long.
Oh, okay. You're saying that they added an extra month. This is what you're telling me. They added an extra month,
that
and that
1
month, and it's only 1 week, and it's not a 7-day. Show me where it says that. Because it didn't say that.
Do the math.
No. It didn't say that.
What's 30 times 12?
I'm gonna read I'm here on Wikipedia, and it says. Let me see what it says here. Let me see what it says. It says there are no exceptions to the 4-year leap year cycle, like the Julian calendar, but unlike the Gregorian. So they're comparing the Ethiopian calendar to the Julian calendar, which had a 7-day cycle. So what I'm reading, if you're reading the article, it tells you
need to understand
specifically.
the article.
No, you're the one who doesn't understand the article because you're telling me that they.
What's 30 times 12, dude?
I understand the article and I agree with
Dude,
Bob.
I just don't understand why you're hung up on this 7-day cycle when there's other like books and there's other things that have a better and.
Oh, go ahead, Corey. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, why are you so hung up on the 7-day cycle when there's better arguments to support your case?
I don't know about you, Ray, but the only days in the calendars I concern myself with are the ones I get paid.
Yeah, and real quick, I do want to jump in. I wanted to continue. You seem really passionate about this argument. I find that I find it interesting that this is where you're throwing your passion. But I do want to look out for number one. Hasn't had a chance to pipe in. I want to kind of real quickly let him pipe in, and then y'all can do your thing.
Thank you, sir. What do you think? What do you think the calendar is based on, Mr. 7-day cycle guy?
It's on the Hebrew.
No, fuck the Hebrew. What is based on?
On Genesis 1.
Moon cycle. Yeah. In the beginning, when people using agriculture, they wanted to know when it was raining, when all the weeks that it came along, they find out that it took about 6 or 7 days. Yeah, they control the season based on the lunar cycle, right? And also they found out that we turn around in a year, right? But if you start multiplying the weeks, you have extra days, right, to complete a single cycle of the planet around the sun. Do you understand that, right? And then the only thing they did is divide it, and you are narrow-minded to a week. Yeah, 5 days is not a fucking week. Period. 5 days is not a week. But you want to say a week. No, it's not a fucking week.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? 5 days, and what are you talking about? A lunar cycle? Why are you talking about a lunar cycle when?
I had the same thought. Like, so if this is evidence of God, wouldn't have God gotten the solar cycle right? Like, we would have been able to we'd be able to divide by 7 perfectly if this is like some evidence of God. That's the thought that I was having.
How does that affect my argument? Because I never said it was on the basis of the solar calendar, solar system. I just told you it's arbitrary.
You're using lunar, but this is your evidence that this is God's
it's
perfect
neither
plan
lunar,
or whatever.
It's not neither lunar.
It goes to my
solar.
opening, kind of salvo when I came out and I talked about God's great imperfection. This is playing right into that. Just another utter failure on God's part if this is true.
It would be a failure if that was the purpose. I never said it was the purpose. It was never based on the solar or lunar system. So you're making a point that's irrelevant to my case. It was never based. It was never based on solar or lunar cycles. So what are you talking about?
The 7-day week was originally for the lunar cycle.
You're making claims. I just told you.
Claim is evidence, for fuck's sake.
Where's the evidence?
Can I jump in here because
where's the evidence? Where's your evidence of that?
I just want to get in here.
Look at the fucking moon. Look at the full moon.
Every month.
I look at the moon every night. I look at the moon
every month. There's evidence of a fucking 28-day cycle.
Correct.
Sometimes, Corey, it can be hard to get in. Corey's trying to jump in. Go ahead, Corey. And then, keep the banner going. I'm a horrible moderator. You guys will remember that with time.
Well, here's the thing. It's like the 7-day cycle. It sounds like it's just a prediction from some random dude. You don't know who wrote it. You just claiming that this God wrote it or it's in this book, and that's it. But do you not realize there's scientific minds that did way more than just make a damn calendar? I mean, heck, somebody invented a way to put light in a bulb. Are we really going down this avenue where we're talking about a 7-day period on a calendar? Like, every human being can look up the sky and say, okay, we need to keep track on this day. How we're going to keep track of when it turns dark to night. This is not hard.
Can I just ask a point of clarification?
What does a 7-day cycle have to do with the darkness? And what are you talking about? What are you saying? How does that?
Why don't you ask my wife about a 28-day cycle?
Yeah, I understand. I just want to make it clear. I just want to make it clear.
Okay.
No problem. When it comes to atheism,
Jason,
logically,
has to say.
I understand, but when it comes to atheism, this is what we get as a response. There is no logic or no reasoning behind your arguments. Everything I heard so far.
Who is we?
Well, you're an atheist, right? So I'm talking about you as well, because you talked about your wife. I don't know how your wife relates to this argument or militates against my argument.
Oh, because she's on a 28-day cycle. You don't know about periods?
Yeah, no problem. But it doesn't argue against my argument. That's the point. Thank you very much for showing what atheism does.
How do you know? How do you know I'm an atheist, bro? You know my mind.
No, well, the way you talk is like what
you're an arrogant prick, is what you are.
Thank you.
So your argument, I just want to make sure I understand. Your argument is that all the civic organizations around the world, all the countries, have a 7-day week, and that's your evidence for God.
No, maybe you weren't here from the beginning.
Yeah,
I'm going to
sorry.
restipulate. No, it's no problem. At least you're engaging with my argument, not talking about your wife, which is irrelevant. Here's the point. No problem. Number one is authorship. The 7-day cycle is exclusively claimed by the God of the Hebrews. The Hebrews, we can say, if you don't believe in the God of the Hebrews, by the Hebrews, and they refer to their God. That's number one. And number two, he predicted. The predictive part is the one that demonstrates power over all nations. So, and again, Ethiopia keeps a 7-day week. They add a 6th day to the last month. I could add an extra day to any month. It will still be a recurrent 7-day cycle. So you can count. Wait. This is finalized. The last, let's say the 13th month is 6 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then it goes to the next month, and it's still the 7-day cycle. Just to show you, how
is anybody following this?
You know what I mean?
Jason, because it seems like you're using your brain, just to show you how ridiculous and how desperate you have to be to come with such an argument. Because even if you add an extra month with 3 days, 1, 2, 3, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Then you go to the next month. It's still going to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
I think you moved a
4.
No, you made a claim that turned out to not be true. As another way you could tell that story.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's not an argument. That's not an argument. You just
let Jason finish. Hold on. Let Jason finish.
I just like 2 comments, and then I'll let you guys do it. My first comment is, my understanding is that the Babylonians, I think somebody else mentioned this, came up with the 7 days, 7 days of the week. And secondly, I guess you mentioned prediction. What is the actual prediction?
Beautiful. At least you're engaging. First of all, I'd just like to say the Babylonians kept the lunar cycle. The last week ended in 8 and 9 days. That's not a recurrent 7-day cycle. Therefore, it's not a cycle. Therefore, it's not the 7-day week that we have today. So my first proposition is still valid, still infallible, still has not been rebutted. Now for your second question, we can go to multiple verses, but we can go to 2 verses. Jesus Christ says he is Lord of the Sabbath. That's one. And he is reaffirming or confirming a prophecy in Isaiah 66:23, which says every nation from Sabbath to Sabbath will come and worship him. I'm not here to demonstrate that he is Savior, but I can prove he is Savior by the fact that he submitted all nations to a 7-day cycle first, because in order for Isaiah 66:23 to be fulfilled, Sabbath to Sabbath, he has to submit all nations first. So I'm here to demonstrate he is Lord, and then by that I could demonstrate that he will save his children. So Isaiah 66:23.
So
I think you answered my question. Thank you. You're a Christian, right?
Are you the guy who was talking about his wife?
Yeah. I do have a wife.
I would like to talk to Jason, because I think he's at least engaging. I rather like people using their brains.
I apologize. I just joined late, so I'm not sure where you're coming from. That's why I'm asking.
Even if you're late, your wife has nothing to do with this discussion. But I rather engage. With Jason.
So why do you have a problem with women?
Thank you. Jason, can you?
We have a Jill up here, people.
I'm starting to think
he's a Muslim.
Boy.
I mean, only comment I would make is that
you go ahead, Jason. You deal with him.
you mentioned about like from Isaiah that like from that all countries will, I guess, respect the Sabbath, and there's some reference to that.
Yeah.
So one, I didn't hear any prediction that all nations will have 7 days of the week. And also, when you say that there are nations that do not recognize the Sabbath, there are nations in the past and currently that are more atheistic or more not religious. So that seems like that prediction isn't necessarily has come true.
Okay,
Who is this
let
clown,
me
Rage?
respond to that real quick. As far as some nations not keeping the 7-day cycle, my argument accounts for that because I said every nation kept a different cycle for the veneration of their gods. So I accounted for that. I made that clear in my proposition, the second proposition. Now, as far as an example, we had the French Revolution. They used the Republic calendar. Why? Because they knew the first atheists of this world knew.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Because your second proposition, I wrote it down, was predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle, universal across the board. Now you're making room for people holding other cycles for their gods. I don't. That was really weird. That was a lapse right there.
Rage. I made it clear. Let me repeat it again, please. Okay.
He wants to know if you like women, Rage.
No problem. Rage. I stated. Second proposition, I'm going to repeat. Jesus Christ predicted, past tense, the universal application as a demonstration of his power over all nations today. I said a little caveat. Every nation kept, past tense, a different cycle for the veneration of the gods. I told you of their gods. I said 2,000 years ago, Jesus reaffirmed the prophecy in Isaiah 66:23, and we saw the domino effect from 2,000 years ago until now, until the USSR in the 1940s. By that, he has submitted all nations. So I used the different tenses of verbs to show you what it relates to and time. So as far as the question,
you sound like the devil.
I appreciate
you
coming
talk
from
a
you.
lot.
Coming from you is quite refreshing. Jason, as it relates to the prophecy, I'm not here to demonstrate that he is your savior. The savior part relates to keeping the Sabbath. If it says Sabbath to Sabbath, it relates to a 7-day cycle because there's no Sabbath without a 7-day cycle. I'm here to demonstrate he is Lord. Once I demonstrate he is Lord by the fact that he subjugated all nations to a 7-day week, then I can demonstrate that he will save his children and they will keep his Sabbath, his command, and worship him from Sabbath to Sabbath.
Well, I just don't see.
So we don't.
Yeah,
If that static is for me, I'll leave. But
all right, fuck Bruce, come on.
I think Brett started first, and then Bree, and then Maynard. So Brett, you can go, and then Bree, and then Maynard.
Well, at least with the calendar business, is there any way we can just, so we get out of this regression, just say, all right, the calendar thing works. Now what? Where does it go from here?
Submit yourself to him. The fact that you're submitted to him unwillingly by your strict adherence to a 7-day cycle is now in your best interest to submit to the real creator, the one who has demonstrated power over you. So I would say it is wiser to submit willingly, because you will submit to him as you are already submitted to him by the fact that you keep the 7-day cycle.
That sounds like an asshole of a god. That really does. I have to do something. I have to commit and act for this god so he can be happy. Why should I do that?
No. He didn't say.
Insignificant we are. Why do we have to do something for this deity? I shouldn't have to do anything. If you ask me what a good god would be, he'll be a God that wouldn't care about us, that would disallow things in the motion.
No,
I don't see that.
He probably doesn't care about you, but he cares about me. And he cares about fulfilling his will on this earth.
All right, come on.
Awesome. All right. Wait up, Maynard. Bree, then Maynard, and then I seen Jason raises his hand. I'm not going to keep this going like the whole open room.
I'm giving Jason my
talk
time.
about something else.
I would like to a lot, because I mean you say a lot of words. You try to go as fast as you can, but it's still a lot of words, and it stretches on for a while.
I'm sorry.
So Bree was next, and then Maynard, and then I saw Jason raise his hand.
I'm good. I just want to say I appreciate you engaging with me again. 7 day cycle guy. Is there a one word name or something shorter I can call you?
You
Like
could call me Terry. You can call me
Terry. Okay, I'm Bree. We've talked before. Like I said,
I
I
remember.
would
I
love
remember.
to. This isn't this. My favorite part of your arguments that you were making isn't this the 7-day cycle. This is kind of like to me, but I like the ringwoodite discussion. I think we should have that, like just a one-on-one, me and you. So
what did you say?
The ringwoodite, your claim about there being more water in the.
Yeah. Did you research that? Did you?
Yeah,
research that?
I did. I did a lot of.
And was I wrong? Was I wrong?
Yeah, you sure are. But I can explain it to you. But I don't want to steamroll it. We can talk about it, and you can disagree with me that you're wrong too.
No problem.
I'm cool with that. I do like to present the science though, because it's fun and it's fun to look into this stuff.
I'm willing to be edified if I'm wrong, because I was about to clip the video of our interaction, and I was going to provide the sources. But if you have something that's different, please remove the wool from my eyes.
Do it together. I got some stuff to look at and some
no problem.
some geologists to quote.
I'll check you out. Brainbug, I'll check you out.
Yeah. And other than that, I want to give my time over to Jason, because you all seemed like you were going somewhere with your conversation that I was actually interested in hearing. So Jason, are you still with us?
Yeah, totally. I don't want to jump over other people. My only point I was trying to get down to the very specifics of this aspect of prediction, that the Bible has these quotes that are interpreted as this prediction, that somehow in the Bible they're predicting this 7-day thing, and we see that. And you mentioned Isaiah.
Yeah,
is it Isaiah which Isaiah 66?
Yeah, you can go to verse 19 and verse 23, but we can go specifically to verse 23. Isaiah 66, 23.
Yeah, because I was reading it. It says,
okay, go ahead.
It shall be from new moon to new moon, and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all mankind will come down and bow before me.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen.
So one, they mention new moon to new moon. So they're
Amen.
mentioning the moon cycle, and they're
Amen.
mentioning from Sabbath to Sabbath.
Yeah.
And the interpretation of Sabbath, correct me if not, but that it's a special day of rest or holy days.
Exactly.
So from like Leviticus. So
Genesis, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. But of that, I don't really see an association to say that the Sabbath is part of a 7-day week. Where is the connection of the 7-day week?
No problem. Again, deductive reasoning. The word Sabbath is not mentioned for the first time in Isaiah. Isaiah understands that it comes from Genesis, and we have an account where God created in 6 days. On the 7th day, he Sabbathed, which means to cease from his work. And we see throughout Scripture that the word Sabbath is directly associated to a sign from the Hebrew word oath, which means a signature that he is the Lord of creation. We see that in Ezekiel 20:12. It says, Israel, he made his Sabbath a sign between him and Israel to show that he is who? Yahweh. So we have a definition here where it qualifies the Sabbath as a sign or a signature that he is God. And we see from Ezekiel 20:12 all the way down to verse 20, where it says that he will use the Sabbath as his sign. And then when you go to Isaiah 66, verse 19, God says he keeps his sign from the Hebrew word oath in the nations. And then we go to verse 23, saying that from Sabbath to Sabbath, all nations will come to worship him. So we know the Sabbath to Sabbath refers to a 7-day cycle, because in the very book of Genesis, it establishes that cycle. Now, as far as the moon to new moon, it's totally irrelevant for my argument. It's not necessary for my argument, because again, this refers to when he will reestablish his kingdom. I'm not here to argue that he will save you. I'm here to argue that he is your Lord, and I'm saying you should enter the ark before it's too late, so that you can willingly serve him, because he is you're already unwillingly keeping to his. Okay, no problem.
Nothing to do with the week.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Who's that? You seem agitated. Are you a Jew?
Because you're a Jew. No, I'm a theist.
Okay, but
you're
atheist. No problem. So you're telling me that the 7-day cycle is a Jewish tradition?
I didn't say that.
Okay, because
you mentioned that the weekly cycle started in Genesis, right?
Exactly.
Right. When did it start? Day one.
When did it start? Day one?
Yeah, simple question.
Day one started when God said day one.
Really? How did he use the day? What was the day? The concept of a day. What was a day?
It says in verse 3, Genesis 1:3, it says, "Let the light be." So he was calculating time or the measurement of time as equating 24 in quotation or in parentheses.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
As a 24-hour day, because we see again.
How do you use it? How do you use the 24-hour day? What did he use as a system?
Genesis 1:3, the light.
No.
The light.
Forget about the Genesis, because nobody fucking wrote Genesis at that day. Okay, so let's entertain that. Okay,
we're doing an internal critique. If you're doing an internal critique
of the text.
No, so if we're doing a critique of the text,
yeah, but you're saying
I'm referring to the text.
Right.
I'm referring to the text.
Fine. What's the first day 1, 2, and 3? What did he use as
the light in Genesis 1? The light.
Where's the light?
His light. Genesis 1.
Where?
His light. Yahweh is the light. Psalms 27 verse 1.
Right.
Exactly.
Is he everywhere?
Huh? Yes.
Right. Well, you just fucked it up, because if it's everywhere, omnidirectional, then there's where in the planet you have to be in a planet to justify a rotation. A day is a rotation. If the light is everywhere, there's no day cycle.
Are you saying?
I'm going to give you an example.
I understand your point. I understand your point.
If you put all the suns in an opposite pose, it's never day. Right.
I get your point, but the problem is you're presupposing that God cannot project His light in a specific direction.
No. Don't make it up. Don't make it up. Right? You're talking about the light, and then you make up that He's everywhere. I tricked you to say that He was everywhere. You understand what I mean?
Let's say He interprets instead He makes it up. That sounds like accusatory. Just say He interprets it that way.
No. It's no problem. I can show you a precedent in Scripture where God can project His light in a specific direction. I can go to the book of Isaiah where He says Israel. Jerusalem. Wait. Let me finish.
It's everywhere. No projecting. It's everywhere.
Let me respond to you. His light can act. He's omnipresent, so His light could be everywhere, but He can focus His attention for the purpose of calculating a day specifically in one direction. And I show you precedent in that. Isaiah 66 shows that Yahweh will shine on Israel, and He will shine His light 24 hours a day.
So give me the first 3 days. Give me the first 3 days.
No, I just gave you. Wait. What was my argument? Excuse me. I just want to make sure we're engaging, so I'm not speaking to a wall. What was my argument? I just showed you in Isaiah 66:23 that although His light is omnipresent, He's omnipresent. He can focus His attention on one specific region, and I showed you that is Jerusalem. He will shine His light. As Jerusalem will not be shone by the sun, but instead he will be shunned. It will be shunned by. Wait. Let me just finalize. It will be shunned by the light of God, and it will be. And so what? So
fine.
That responds to your argument.
No.
What does omnipresent mean?
Hold on. There was no Israel in the third day, so don't even get there.
Why did I go there? What was my purpose?
I talked to you about the first 3 fucking days.
Why did I go to Israel?
I'm trying to destroy your fucking week. That's what I'm trying to do.
I understand your point.
I'm going to give you 4
Why did I go? Why did I go to Jerusalem?
6 and 7. I'm giving you that, but you cannot have the fucking 3 first days. There was no sun. There was no system of rotation.
I agree.
Period. End of game.
Okay, so you won. You won the debate.
Thank you fucking very much. Next.
Thank you. Jason or anybody else who understood. You don't have to agree with my argument, but who understood what I was saying? Because I think he's agitated. He was not paying attention to what I was saying.
I gave attention. You're narrow-minded. You are narrow-minded. You did not get the concept.
Thank you. Can I talk to some? No problem. You won. But the point still remains. The first 3 days there was no sun. I agree. But God can project His light and use that as a calculation, a measurement of a day. And I gave you a precedent in Scripture where Isaiah 66 says, "In the new kingdom to come."
You have to prove that.
I'm
making it up.
Let him finish.
Sorry,
you're doing an internal critique. I don't have to prove anything except for referring to the Bible. You're telling me where was the sun in the first 3 days. I'm telling you that God could project His light in a specific direction. And I gave you a precedent established in Scripture. Isaiah 66 says that He will shine only on Jerusalem, and Jerusalem will be shunned upon by Him, not by the sun. So I showed you a precedent. So your argument, you could throw that in the garbage.
Any prediction breaks away when you realize this. Anything can be predicted in a drop of a die. It's called a dice pod.
If you can do that.
What is the prediction? What is the prediction of you being here right now?
Let
What
me-
is
let
the
me-
odds of you possibly being here?
I will make you a challenge, all right? Because I like what you just said. Isaiah 42 says only he can predict the world, the future in a universal way. If you can go against that, then I will throw this Bible away, because that will mean he said something that is false. I said the
Okay,
word of God.
I'm just
Wait,
going
let me just
to.
finalize. I'm making a challenge to you. I'm making a challenge so we can go
You're
somewhere.
making
'Cause
fake challenges. The first challenge we already killed you with that one.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
you're
you
not
won.
an atheist.
Yeah,
You're not. No,
I
you're not an
want to
atheist.
No, you
listen
didn't win
to.
nothing. You didn't win.
Let me finish.
In your mind, you think so,
What?
but
No,
in
you said so.
reality,
You
in
said
your
so.
no.
You
The
said
last.
so.
I,
Are
you
you
could-
faking it? Are you faking it? You're a liar. You said you won. Do you won or I won?
Okay, you done?
Oh yeah, I'm done.
I just want to finalize. He stated that supposedly the first 3 days, this is his argument. The first 3 days, there was no sun to calculate or to make a measurement of a day. I told you, we heard that point. I told you Genesis 1:3 accounts for that because it says, let the light be. God is the light, Psalms 27, verse 1. And I gave you a precedent established in scripture. Isaiah 66 says, Jerusalem will be shone upon by his light, not the sun, and it will be shone by his light 24/7. So I showed you that you don't need the sun for the light to be projected to a specific location. If you don't
do you have
that,
a timer or something so I can get
well,
2
what I'm
minutes?
thinking, because we're not going to get anywhere here. And I don't want this to like. I would like just to get on to different topics. And in fact, I want to
I will
mull
get
over
us
this.
there. I will get us there. I
Can I
promise.
give
Ray.
7 Day Cycle guy a challenge real quick, Terry? Can I give you a quick
I-
challenge too? Just a prediction.
I
for
have
another-
not given
another
2 minutes.
theology.
Let me get 2 minutes, please.
Y'all go ahead. I mean, we've been talking about a 7-day cycle for about 2.5 hours. now.
Rage,
Exactly.
I'm
I just
willing. Wait, just quickly. I'm willing to go to anything that has, because I want to remove any doubt as it relates to the God of the Hebrews, because I know there's a lot of false information, and there's not only a minority of Christendom who are really true Christians. So if you have any question about morality, anything besides the 70 cycles, because I believe you might disagree. We can disagree. We can agree to disagree, but I believe the 70 cycle is the infallible proof that he is Lord. I could now go to the next move. You could speak about morality, because I heard you in your introduction suggesting that God is not perfect because he allowed for evil to take place in this world. If you want to go to any other arguments before I leave, please, we can do that. But I think I established my case with the 7-day cycle. Every rebuttal objection that came up has been refuted adequately, as far as I'm concerned.
Real quick, because I wanted to back off, but I had one more thing to say on the subject if we're going to move the subject. Aside from the fact that your position's been totally destroyed.
Right.
Opposite of what you're saying, right? So you're saying that if I pronounced that one day America will fall and the whole world shall fall under a new regime, a new world order, for example, it would be conspiracy theory there. You'll worship me as God. That's what you're saying.
If I repeat your proposition.
If I make a prediction about how the world's going to come to a certain point,
okay,
you're going to say that. Are you going to say I'm God?
Here's the problem. Your argument, your proposition is not analogous. Why? Because I gave you without going. Let me just finalize. Without going in all the details, I give you one specification that relates to my prophecy, and that is that every nation kept a different cycle for the veneration of their God. So I'm replacing something with something else universally. So if you're able, but let me make it clear. Different cycles. Egypt kept a 10-day cycle for their gods. Babylon kept a lunar cycle with an 8 and 9 day on the last week for their gods. Every nation, China kept a 10-day cycle. The French Revolution went from a 7-day cycle to the 10-day cycle because they knew the 7-day cycle referred to the creation account. So every nation kept a different cycle, and Jesus replaced those cycles to demonstrate his power. If you can do that, replacing something that was used for cultural and religious purposes, and then replace it with something else that is religious, then I will say, yes, Bob, you're God. I'll follow you.
Yeah. I'm predicting now that sometime in the future, the current world order will fall, the cultures will change, and it will change under the guise of a new world order.
I mean,
I just want to talk
what,
about my
what is
prediction.
your I told you the 7-day cycle is a signature. What is your signature that says you have power over those nations?
He's making an analogy here to say
I understand that part.
that there are many writings throughout history that the many religious texts. I was even thinking of like
Go ahead.
who's the guy? That there are many writings throughout history that are very elaborate and that articulate like supposed ways that the world will be, etc.
Yeah.
And that being able to use those texts to be able to then say, like Nostradamus. Nostradamus wrote a bunch of different stuff that was very specific, but a lot of it is very vague. And that vagueness allows for a variety of different types of interpretations. And so being able to say that the Bible has some writings that kind of indirectly point to X, Y, and Z, and then we point to the future and we say, the future ended up this way. I can now kind of assemble the biblical quotes in a way that support my position. I'm not sure that would be what we would refer to, like atheists would refer to as an accurate prediction. I would say that if I went out and took 100 Christians would all have differing interpretations of the Bible. And so I guess I'm coming to the question of, is your interpretation of the Bible, like what you were just describing, the one true interpretation, or is another Christian's interpretation of the Bible a true interpretation?
I would agree, but there was so many
I'm sorry. Yeah.
No.
Go ahead.
Good point. Good point. I would agree with you if what you said was a valid objection, and if you would actually represent my argument accurately. First of all, how do we know how to interpret Scripture? Simple. It says in Scripture that by 2 to 3 witnesses, 66 books, I could go to every single book to demonstrate, as I did a little, that the Sabbath is the signature of God, that He is Lord over creation. So I can go to Genesis all the way to the book of Revelation and establish that. So the point I'm saying is not something that is, how can I say, not clear enough. I don't need to interpret it. It's quite clear. It's quite clear. Just to finalize, it's quite clear. And you cannot, the day you can do that, because my God makes a clear prediction or a challenge to all the gods or anybody that claims to be God. If you're able to predict, He's the only one who can predict something universally. If you can show me,
Can I ask you a question?
Just finalize my statement because I'm making a challenge to Jason. If you can give me a quotation of Nostradamus or any religious text that demonstrates a prophetic power in a universal sense, I will throw this Bible right now out the window.
Oh, Nostradamus, I think, provides more prophetic statements. Like he talks about a world war, and he references a person named Hitler. It's like one letter.
It's not Hitler. It's not Hitler. It's history. I know about that.
So
that's not a.
But my only point,
closer than the Bible.
My only point to this is that just from a general perspective, that there are many religious texts that I think are similar to the Bible in the sense that they have just hear me out.
I'm listening. I'm just doing signs.
Like there are a lot of differing texts that have very convoluted discussions that relate to the world as we know it, and that the interpretations of those texts vary widely. And even amongst the Christians, I mean, you've got a particular interpretation of Christianity. Like I just said, there are many Christians who have differing interpretations. So which interpretation is actually correct?
I'm gonna respond to that, and I'm gonna go to your Nostradamus.
Yeah, please.
Example. First of all, how do we know how to interpret Scripture? Deuteronomy 19:15 says 2 to 3 witnesses will a matter be established. So I can establish every doctrine or any prophetic understanding with 2 to 3 witnesses, and I did more than that. I showed you that from Genesis all the way to Revelation, the Sabbath is His signature, and that He will use that signature as a sign of His demonstration. I went to Ezekiel 20:12, Ezekiel 20:20. I went to Genesis 1 all the way to Genesis 2. Genesis 2, the first 3 verses. I went to Isaiah 66:19 and Isaiah 66:23. I gave you at least 6 references.
That's your interpretation.
It's quite clear. It's quite clear. You're gonna show me which part.
But many Christians would deny, would refuse.
I don't care what they deny. Is what they can prove. Wait. It was what they can prove. If they
That's
cannot,
Well, okay,
Wait,
but the
wait,
thing
can I-
is,
That's dishonesty.
hold on.
Jason was mentioning that the Bible, it can be interpreted by different people, and you said, "Oh, it's because I say so." No, it's
I didn't say that.
interpretation.
Yeah.
Many people. You
Look
get
out.
that?
I want to talk to Jason because I think I made it clear.
Yeah, but
just to
you've
make
been
it clear.
dishonest. You've been dishonest.
No problem. I'm
You're
dishonest.
quoting the Bible.
You want to talk to
Jason said
Jason
that many
because you don't
people.
want to talk about the absurd things in the Bible.
Wait, but before
Real
we
quick,
talk about absurd-
let me jump in. I never thought I'd do this over the 7-day week, but here we are. So
There we go.
I do want to. I would like to. We do have some new people in the room. I was gonna end it, but at the same time, it seems like it's gonna continue, and it's gonna be fascinating. And why not?
I could add a
So,
last statement because Jason, for the respect of Jason, I could make a last statement to a second proposition.
The guy whose channel this
Well,
is.
sure, but I do also want to try to, allow some of the new folk to jump in. Immutable, try to jump in at a moment, and just at some point, let's let some new voices get in. But yeah, go ahead, 7-day cycle guy.
Okay, I'm gonna make a final.
I just need to ask Doc a question real quick. After he replies, can I make my more refined prediction and weaved into my theology, and then I'll shut up again for 30 minutes because I don't want to hog the mic again.
Oh yeah. That's totally cool, sir.
But I'm the only Christian, so obviously I would be speaking more. But just to finalize what with respect to what Jason said, again, the interpretation is given by 2 to 3 witnesses. Therefore, my contention or my argument or my challenge is to someone who wants to contradict me to provide their 2 to 3 witnesses. That will be impossible. I debate rabbis, I debate so-called doctors. Nobody was able to win a debate against me on my channel. It's public information. Now, as far as the Nostradamus argument, Nostradamus did not put his signature nowhere in any prediction, and it's not universal. Saying supposedly that there will be world wars, okay, that is not really analogous to what I presented. Replacing something that is there for religious and cultural, habits with something else that's specifically Hebraic, his signature. Nostradamus did not put no signature in a universal way on this earth. No prediction. And history is not Hitler. So I could finalize there.
Well, that's pretty, but it's pretty close. And the actual quote was,
"It's close. It's but not close enough."
Read it very quickly. It says, "Beasts ferocious with hunger will cross the rivers. The greater part of the battlefield will be against Hitler. Into a cage of iron will the great one be drawn when the child of Germany observes nothing." So is a Germany mention that the greater part of the battlefield will be against Hitler? Like as an example, you made reference of Sabbath to Sabbath, and you then connected that to the 7-day cycle as saying that's proof of Yahweh. But Nostradamus predicted literally, like he mentioned Germany, mentioned Hitler, that the battlefield will be against Hitler. Okay, but remember, but I mean, we could go back and say,
and where's his signature? And where's his signature on the a demonstrator? Because you want to be analogous to my point. I don't want to continue.
Well, where's the signature of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? Like
no. I didn't quote Matthew, Luke, or John. I didn't quote nobody there, and that's a whole different argument.
Isaiah sign his signature to
I could argue
Isaiah.
I mean, if the standard we're going with
whoever wrote it refers to the God of the Hebrews. I don't care if it's Isaiah. Whoever wrote it predicted.
Whoever wrote this or talked about Hitler in Germany.
No problem, Hitler. But there's no. If you want to be analogous to my proposition, you have to show me the signature. And when listen to what I mean, signature.
Why?
The 7 days. You're not even understanding my point. I told you that the Sabbath is his signature. Therefore, it's directly associated to a 7-day cycle. So I can say the signature of God is the fact that everybody keeps a 7-day cycle. That is something we can see in our reality. Show me a signature of your prophecy of Nostradamus that I could ascertain in this reality. You can't.
I think it's very. I would just say at last point, and I'll let everybody talk.
I'm done.
I think your interpretations are pretty speculative. That's just my view. So you could disagree.
You have to argue. You got to present a case. You didn't present a case. You just made.
Why are your 7 days named after different gods than Christianity?
I was asking too. Real quick. There's a reference to the Iron Curtain in there too, with the cage engulfing the leader. But aside from that, Bob, the one true Lord of all of existence, the creator of Yahweh, has told me that he will subjugate not only the world and all of existence to from what it is now to where the wise men turn against, or the people turn against the wise men and face away from them and look to the words of artificial intelligence, and that will become universal among mankind.
Yeah, except you just made that up.
All right, so when that happens, let me know.
Well, I mean, anybody at any time can make a prophecy. I mean,
No, but
his requirement was the whole world has to change universally, and it has to universally adopt a new situation. That's what I just said.
Sure. I mean,
Okay, so when
as
that
long
happens,
as it has a signature on it and it comes true, it's valid. That's what we're going
right
for.
on it, because
When it
Bob's
happens-
the runner of our simulation.
Okay, when it happens, I'll bow down to you. Okay, thank you.
It's never gonna happen.
When that happens, I will bow down to you. But in the meantime, bow down to Jesus Christ
No,
as you do.
not me. Bow down to Bob, the creator of Jesus Christ.
No problem. I'll bow down to Bob when that happens. But in the meantime, you have to bow down to Jesus Christ because you're strictly adhering to a 7-day cycle.
In the meantime, what's your problem with women?
I'm strictly adherent to Bob's cycle, which is 365 days.
I don't know what that means, but thank you.
That's how many days there's in a year, by the way.
It's not universal. Thank you.
No, it is.
Every
country on the face of the earth uses that.
Every country recognizes the existence of 365.
Is Israel 365 days? Is it in China 365 days? In China,
they recognize it.
It's
do
not
you
365.25.
No.
Are you related to Jill?
China doesn't keep a 365 calendar. Ethiopia doesn't do it. Israel doesn't do it. No,
they do.
As much as a 7-day.
They have other calendars that they celebrate.
I'm not going to argue
they're
that.
also in adherence to the 365.25 day in a year
Ethiopia
calendar.
keeps the book of Enoch in canon. Do
immutable.
you ascribe to the
Immutable.
book of Enoch?
I don't want to go continue and prolong this 7-day cycle thing. Immutable. The day you can show me that every calendar in this world use a yearly cycle that's 365 days, I will consider it. But it was not predicted. Can I finalize my statement?
Hold on. Well, I'm
just
making a clarifying statement before you go with it.
Okay.
Which is, do you think it's inconsistent for nations to hold to multiple calendars at once?
What do you mean?
I mean, if the local provinces are interacting with another world, with another aspect of the world, they may adopt a calendar in order to create a more standardized time. But in a traditional sense, like the Chinese, for instance, they may have a calendar that corresponds more to their own traditions, but that disagree with with other worlds, like interpretations of time and the seasons.
That's the reality that we live in, and how is that supposed to militate against my argument? Do you know what my argument is?
All nations recognize and adhere to some extent to the existence of a 365.25 day year.
No, that's not a fact.
Really?
And even if it was a fact, it still is not. It wasn't predicted. That's so it's not analogous to my argument. But
Richard,
that's not even a fact.
Does the predictability matter? Seriously.
You didn't include predictability in your original criteria.
Actually, it is. It's part of my second proposition. Immutable. I don't know when you came in, but it's part of my second proposition. The fact
run your argument by me.
Okay, first proposition, and this is going to be my final time. Number one, authorship of the 7-day cycle. Number two, he predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a demonstration of his power over all nations, when all nations kept a different cycle for the veneration of their gods. By that ipso facto, he's shown that he's God over the nations and the gods of the nations. By the replacement of their weekly cycle, which it was there held for religious and cultural purposes.
Right. So what I'm getting from that is your second premise is saying that there should be no point in time where all nations keep a calendar that is consistent among all nations.
No, that was not my point. My point is he said...
Well, that's an interpretation of what
Isaiah
your
66,
argument is predicting.
No. In the beginning of time, this is what my argument is stipulating. In the beginning of time, God created a 7-day cycle. He said that he left the nations in the book of Genesis, in the book of Deuteronomy. He says he left the nations under the jurisdiction of the fallen angels, their gods, and they came with a different cycle. And he says in the book of Exodus that he will make an example of all the gods and the gods of Egypt, who kept a 10-day cycle. And he says, and he continues to elaborate on this prophecy by saying that he will submit all nations to a 7-day cycle. So we saw the domino effect from 2,000 years ago when Jesus said he is the Lord of the Sabbath. Wherever there's a Sabbath, there's a 7-day cycle. And we saw the domino effect. Every nation was beginning to submit themselves to a 7-day cycle, replacing their own calendar. And the last nation was the USSR in the 1940s. By the 1940s, Jesus Christ has been proven that he is sovereign over all nations. The kingdoms of this earth belongs to him.
How do you know that the notion of day that was being referred to back in that time is the same as the notion of day that we use now?
Well, the notion of day is quite defined in Genesis 1 from sundown to sundown. So I don't care how much you calculate it to. It's from sundown to sundown.
Day one. In day what? Sun to sun.
I already responded to that.
Right, but in that case...
I already did that.
Yeah, but it invalidates your argument in that case.
Huh?
In that case, it invalidates your argument.
How? Right. Please.
Because
you know what else invalidates
the length of days... I mean, first of all, like the interpretation of the lengths of days by people in provinces can be variable. Especially when you consider, especially when you consider that things like climates and things like that are changing. You can't use that as a reliable way to say people are always holding a consistent notion of time, except for that the way we hold time as a notion in regards like the orbital cycle of the Earth is something consistent.
I want to make it
real quick, before you respond 7 days, before you respond 7 days, real quick.
I just want to say this. You know what you're doing? You're trying to do
moderator speaking it, right?
You know what you're trying to do is trying to prove a 7-day cycle as being a hard fact to God. The problem with this is pre-proposing these facts together. It's thinking that, okay, just because somebody predicted a 7-day cycle, that means God, and that means that he's correct. Sorry, we don't have evidence to support. I don't even believe that there is a God. So we have to first go to that premise first. We first have to prove that there's a God for your stuff to even make sense, because you're proposing to God. So this kind of makes sense. Oh, God made the Bible, so therefore he said the 7-day work. So that makes sense to you because, he predicted this. But coming from our perspective, there is no God, period. And so somebody writing a prediction is no different than someone saying, hey, I'm putting a prediction in a shoebox later and it's coming true. I mean, Einstein made the theory of relativity, and that changed our world for universal. And that puts, I just don't understand this. This means maybe one person, even if I grant you the 7 days, lucky and predicted the 7-day cycle. It doesn't get me to know God. It doesn't get me to know Jesus.
I agree, and I want you to be able to respond 7-day cycle to both Immutable and Corey.
Yeah.
I mean, after you do, Richard,
we can finish on this. Yeah,
Richard, if you're there, that Richard's the one person that hasn't been able to get in yet. I would really love for Richard to be able to get in. So yeah, please respond 7-day cycle, and then Richard, if you're there,
I'd love to.
We'd like to get you in. I'd like to get you in.
To Immutable, I just told you Genesis 1 says from sundown to sundown. So if you're telling me, I don't care how much time or interval, depending on where you are geographically, it's sundown to sundown is a day. So it could be 12 hours, depending on if you're in the North Pole or South Pole. It doesn't matter, because my argument accounts for any time span, which is within the interim of sundown to sundown. So it could be 24 hours, it could be 12 hours, it could be 15 hours. It does not militate against my argument.
Well, okay, so two things against that, right? Number one, if you're going to say, like, you're switching between two different definitions of the word day. You're saying one.
I never switched.
Well,
but go ahead, tell me how I switch. Please edify me.
You're switching because the common definition of the word day we're using, which is the way like people currently understand. Like when we read Genesis, we understand the word day from our own framework of how day is meant with respect to the Earth's cosmology and its relationship to the sun. We're not understanding it by the context that the people who wrote the Bible originally were referring to it. But even if that were the case, right? Even if we were granting the premise of that, right? The issue is fundamentally that there's going to be natural dysynchrony between those two measurements. and that is because human beings are not the best in the world at recording time, especially at recording time accurately. We can see scientifically that people had to develop methods to record time, because when multiple areas decided to record time and correlate events, there was dysynchrony between those things.
Immutable. I say this with all due respect. You have not argued against what I presented. Again, I'm not going to.
I just did. You're equivocating between notions of time.
Let me tell you.
Whether you accept that argument or not is not my issue.
Problem. But let me tell you why. Because I have to tell you why before you can try to rebut it. I told you that the only definition given in Genesis 1 for the calculation, the measurement of a day is sundown to sundown. So I don't care where you are geographically on this earth.
I responded to that.
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I did.
No. Let me tell you why. Because I'm defining a day is from the Hebraic perspective. Because my prophecy comes from a Hebraic perspective, and it encompasses whatever time measurement you have on this earth that you use in the human, in the sense that you use in the universal sense. It doesn't matter where you are geographically. If you're calculating a day and your measurement is off by how many minutes, hours, it doesn't matter, because the definition of a day Hebraically encompasses any measurement of time until it's from sundown to sundown. So whether it's 24 hours, whether it's 20 hours, whether it's 15 hours, depending on where you are geographically, it does not change the definition which I use to define what a day is. Because we're appealing to scripture to define what a day is and how the prophecy applies to our reality. So whatever calculation measurement you come with is still within the brackets or within it is encompassed by the definition established in Genesis 1. So I don't see how your argument militates against my position. And as far as Corey goes, he said, what did he say? What did you say, Corey?
You said you're presupposing God.
Oh, yeah. Well, you have two options. Either it's God or you're submitted to the Hebrews. And if you're submitted to the Hebrews, they refer you to God. So by that ipso facto, you're submitted to God. Either direction you go, you're still submitted to God.
All right. Well, real quick,
I can leave it there. I can leave it there. I don't think I have to argue against that.
I want both Corey and Immutable to be able to respond, because I'm really interested in Immutable's response and yours too, Corey. But as much shit as I talk about Immutable, sometimes he's like one of the smartest dudes I've ever come across. So.
I mean,
that was a good objection. That's the first time I heard that.
And I want to hear his response to you, but like kind of hold it for a second, Immutable, and hold it for a second, Corey, because I do want to get Richard in here. He's waited like really patiently.
Okay.
So Richard, like pipe in your thoughts, and then we'll go to Immutable and Corey.
Actually, I was muted and cursing constantly, but that's beside the point. 7-day cycle. You may have been the only Christian in the room, and by your perception when you said it. However, it wasn't functionally correct anymore, because I'm another Bible-believing Christian. So I actually have some questions for you, if you don't mind. So does where the Bible in Genesis says day, what's that word day right there, and what are the usages?
I think it says in the Hebrew is yom.
It is yom.
No? Okay.
And what are the usages?
It refers to a day.
Okay. So Bruce Jenner was a fine athlete in his day. Was that 24 hours?
No, that's a different application of the word.
Can the word yom be used that way?
I'm sure you could find a different application of the word yom. Yeah, you can.
Okay. Man was a blight on the earth during his day. Can you use the word yom that way?
Yeah, you could. I'm sure you could find examples of that. So I don't see how that relates to Genesis 1, because Genesis 1.
Not a
let me just finalize, because I was just about to respond to that. Because Genesis 1 clearly stipulates it's from sundown to sundown, so it's defined in Genesis 1.
Does it say sundown to sundown?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You could read it.
Or does it say the morning and the evening were the first day?
Okay, it comes up to the same thing. But yeah, you're technically right.
And morning and evening the same thing as morning and morning?
Well, if you do morning, let's say 7 in the morning, and you do 7 in the morning again, that
would be morning and morning.
Wait. No. Listen. Morning, 7 in the morning to morning, 7 in the morning, 24 hours. Morning, 7 in the morning, 7 at night,
saying
24
it
hours.
several times isn't going to help your case. It simply doesn't say what you're saying it says.
No. I'm trying to figure out why I have to explain this, because I think this is something that a child could ascertain. 7 in the morning.
Insulting
wait.
won't help you either.
I'm not insulting.
Okay,
I think anybody should be able to notice.
Does
7 in the morning.
Hebrew say the morning and the evening was the first day, or does it not?
It does. Now let me repeat.
Okay, so
and then, can I finalize? Wait, Richard. Let me finalize. It takes me 10 seconds to make a statement.
You've already made it.
7 in the morning to 7 at night. Okay, 24 hours. 7 in the morning to 7 in the morning. 24 hours. I don't
While
get
I was listening, you said that 4 times, and to me personally, you've said it 3 times. It's not going to get better. Okay?
Thank you.
You can just drop that.
Thank you.
All right. So, if it's true that it's a prophecy that there would be a 7-day week, right? And I know you're emotionally involved in that because you put your name as that. All right. So you got a lot riding on it, which means you're probably going to fight me really hard. Can you tell me why it is that if this is a prophecy made by Yahweh, fulfilled in nations around the world,
okay,
that in at least European and several other countries, why are they named not after biblical or Yahwehist things?
Because God didn't do that. He never predicted that. I don't get your point.
Well,
he never stipulated that. He never gave names to the days. What's
do
your
you
point?
know the days of the week, what their meanings are?
Well, let me help you out real quick. The name of the days are after pagan gods, which is not universal. So what's your point? I already said that Deuteronomy. Let me finalize in my statement. I already said Deuteronomy 32 and Genesis 6 stipulates that God gave all the nations to the gods of the nations, and he said Israel is his inheritance, and that he will use Israel to submit all nations. So the fact that you're saying that the names are after pagan gods is irrelevant, because first of all, they're not universal, and as opposed to the 70 cycle, which is so demonstrating that my God has power over all nations, while the pagan gods had power over certain nations.
There is no pagan god sun. There is no pagan god moon.
I'm talking about. I'm talking about the scripture. Scripture says worshiping of the celestials, the moon, the stars. That's in Deuteronomy 4. I don't believe you're a Christian. That's what you're saying you are, but I don't.
Because I think.
No.
Well, why are you saying I'm not a Christian?
You're not at the same table as me. You might be your type of Christian. You're not.
So the no true Scotsman fallacy again.
No. You might be your type of Christian, but if you're arguing against the Sabbath, you're not a Christian.
I don't even think he was arguing against the Sabbath.
I'm not a Christian. Well, let me go ahead and argue against the Sabbath. Okay, is it true that in the Bible it reads, sorry, it doesn't say anything. It reads that God rests the Sabbath. Does it read that anywhere?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, you're wrong. Does it say that he rests from all his creation on the Sabbath?
No, it says his Sabbath. The Sabbath doesn't mean rest in all contexts. It could mean to cease.
Yes, it means to cease.
So what did you say rest?
And in the context of action, that would mean
rest. What did you say rest? Were you hoping that I didn't notice? Because most people don't know that it's
I'm not
Sabbath.
hoping you don't know it. You've already.
But why did you use rest
instead of times today?
But the word in the Hebrew is not rest.
I find you disrespectful.
No problem. But the word in the Hebrew is not rest. So why did you use that word? The word for rest could be walk. In the English. But you started with the Hebrew. You said yom. You know what a day is in Hebrew. So so if you know the Hebraic perspective,
why are you distract? Is that what you're doing right now?
No, you're the one doing that. Because why did you start with Hebrew and now you're going to English translation? Because now I know about the Hebrew. It says Sabbath, not rest.
No, that's fine. I'm willing to grant that you know some Hebrew. That's fine. But you're not addressing what I actually asked you.
No, I addressed it by saying he didn't rest. He Sabbath.
Okay, what does the word Sabbath mean?
It could mean rest. It could mean rest. When it relates to men, and it can mean cease when it relates to God and to man.
Oh, okay. So to cease something, you had to have been doing something, yes?
Amen. You got it right. We agree on one thing.
Okay, so what is the topic there aside from creation? And why does it say that he rests from all his creation 3 times in one paragraph?
It says
it doesn't mean that.
He ceased from his creation, not rest. But yeah, I don't get your point.
Ceased creating. That's fine. It's fine to say ceased creating. That's absolutely fine. I have no problem with that. Are you part of the creation of God?
Yes.
Does God neglect man at any point, or does he neglect all men? Because he'd have to neglect all to go completely into rest or abstinence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Neglect. What do you mean neglect man?
Okay, is God working with man? Has God worked with man?
He's not working in the sense of creation, but he's working in the sense of salvation. He is saving those who belong to him. Yeah. That's a different type of work.
Part of God, are mankind part of God's creation?
I already said yes. What's your point?
Is there something further that is supposed to be done with us, to us, i.e., quickening, i.e., vivification, perfection, whatever word you like?
Yeah. He's working. He's working for the salvation of those who belong to him.
Are we done?
No, done in the sense of we're not. Not everyone is saved.
Done working with us.
He's not done working in the sense of saving, but in the sense of creation, because Genesis 1-3 relates to creation. There's no new creation.
I didn't ask you about saving. You brought it up twice. I didn't mention saving. You brought it up twice.
But it's a different type of work.
I'm trying you if we're complete.
Well, I can speak for you, but for those who are being sanctified, they're not complete. As long as they're on this earth, they're not complete. Until they go to rest with God, the work will be fine.
So you see nothing wrong with all of your answers, I suppose.
Show me what's wrong. I don't know where you're going with this.
Point it out for him.
Well, if we're not
it's amusing, but
yeah. Well, I think I get it. If we're not complete, then wouldn't God still be creating?
If we're not complete, then that means God is still working.
Wait. Sabbath. Okay. Immutable destiny. Yeah, that was the point I was addressing all throughout. Because that's where he was going. Working for creation.
Yet you didn't catch the point, apparently.
No. I did, because I responded. So let me repeat it again, because I don't know if you guys were listening. I said there's a difference between working in creation and working in salvation. Salvation is not a creation. Creation is the 6 days.
Wait. With salvation, are you not a new creature in Christ?
No.
Don't do that. Don't do that, immutable. That's going to be a sidebar. You're calling for his sidebar.
No. Again, creation. There's a difference between creation. What was clearly stipulated in the first chapter of Genesis. He tells you what creation is: the sun, the moon, the stars, humankind, the plants, and he cease from work and cease from doing any of that work. As far as our salvation goes, has nothing to do with Genesis 1. So I don't see why you're making a correlation between salvation and creating.
You're repeating yourself a lot. Everyone would wish you'd stop, or at least
I'm repeating because it seems like it's not getting to your head. I don't see why you're conflating creation with salvation. I don't see it. I just don't see it.
That might be projection. I'm not saying it is, but it sounds like it. Look, I don't know how to tell you this, but your answers actually were biblical and don't add up to what you profess. And let me show you how that's true. Are you shocked?
I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for the punchline. I'm waiting for the punchline. Please proceed.
Let me show you how that is true. Are some saved now?
Are some saved now? That's a good question. It depends what you mean by that.
No, I'm asking you what you mean by saved. Are some saved now?
As far as scripture goes, it's an ongoing process. So you might have the seed of salvation within you, but the process is only when you rest, or you go from the living of this earth and you are regathered to your father, to my father. So basically, the way you stipulated your statement is not biblical, because you're not going to see where it says you are saved now. It's an ongoing process.
Are some going to be saved in the future?
Yes, that is a better way of framing it.
So some may be saved now, and some will be saved in the future.
Those who are walking according to his will are going through the process of salvation, and those who in the future who are walking according to his will progress into salvation. It's a progression. It's not a.
So what does salvation get you if you are saved?
Eternal life.
Okay, and in that eternal state, would you be different in some ways than you are now?
You'll be a new creation. Is that the point you're trying to make?
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. I'm trying to lead you down a line of logic where you can see that what you're saying is biblically consistent and incoherent within itself.
I'm waiting for you to do that. Please. Any more questions? So I like to see the punchline, the bada bing, bada boom. Where are you going with this?
Okay, the punchline is this. We are part of creation. This is all according to the Bible and in internal critique, at least.
Yes.
We are part of creation. We are not finished. Creation is not finished. God rests from his creation, the Sabbath. If God rests from his creation, the Sabbath, yet there are things to be done, God can't be resting from this creation.
Whoa. It doesn't say creation is not finished. Where did you ever see creation is not finished? I said new creation. A new creation is a new creation. I'm talking about Genesis 1 talks about the creation that we're wait. Let me just finalize my statement, please. Genesis 1 stipulates creation in time and space. Everything in Genesis 1 is clearly stipulated what creation is. Salvation is a work of the new creation. So I don't know why you're conflating, like I said multiple times now, why you're conflating both of them by suggesting that creation is not finished. Yes, he said it was finished in the 6th day.
I'm going to retire.
Does salvation not occur in time and space?
I'm going to retire from this. I'm going to stop right there. I appreciate
immutable.
Your time. I appreciate your. Could you stop?
Let Richard finish.
I appreciate your time. I'm trying to stop. I appreciate your time. I'm glad to see that you are very, very emotionally attached and excited. That's great.
I don't know what that means, but yeah, I know my heart hasn't changed its rhythm since before I even came here. But
it
one
wasn't
thing,
an insult, dude.
Look, I didn't say it was an insult.
We're being defensive.
I'm not even defensive. I'm smiling. I can't be defensive.
I didn't say you're too excited about the conversation. I said I'm glad you're in love with Yahweh. Okay.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. I appreciate that. Immutable. Just quickly. Immutable. I want to make it clear. You're suggesting that creation wasn't finished in the first in Genesis 1? Is that what you're saying?
Well, are there new creations when people are sanctified and when people become believers in Christ?
And isn't the universe expanding still? Aren't new galaxies being born? Aren't old galaxies about to collide with older galaxies?
Let's ignore that for the time being.
I don't know what that means. But are the scripture accounts? Wait, no. But my scripture accounts for the expansion of the what you call the universe, or we call the heavens. So we have that in scripture. But as far as immutable, new creation, the qualification of new distinguishes the old creation from the new one. So I don't know why you're conflating both of them. Simple linguistics there. Right? I don't know.
Well, sure, but I mean, even so, one of the linguistic properties of that act is that it's going to be bound in space and time. Right, if I were to say right now, for instance, like I profess Jesus as my Lord and Savior, and all the other stuff like that, right? Yeah. That is an event, right? Okay. At least according to like some perspective. Right? That's taken place in space and time.
Yeah,
right?
and
those events.
And it's been finalized outside of that. I just want to make it clear again.
Sure.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with your proposition. The fact still remains: it's a new creation. So it's not the creation of Genesis 1.
Okay, but the thing is, right?
Can you let's put it this way? Go to Genesis 1.
Let me just ask you this, because this might settle the issue.
Okay,
right?
Go ahead.
When it's referring to the ceasing of creation, is it referring to the ceasing of all creation?
All the creation that's stipulated in Genesis 1, yeah. Okay,
then in that case, it's a contradiction.
How?
Because the issue is fundamentally, right, that when you're saying it's a ceasing of all creation, right? Yes. No new things being
give me an example
being redeemed.
Give me an example. There. Okay, I'm sorry.
For instance, a person being redeemed, right, and being saved, which you would consider a new creation,
okay,
right, couldn't occur, right? It would be impossible because all that God has created, including those things, would have occurred during the end of the Genesis account of creation.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question just to add to that before you continue to develop? Can you explain to me where redemption is in Genesis 1?
It doesn't need to be.
No, it's not there. The point is there's nothing to redeem, so it's not part of creation.
Okay, but the thing is,
You're conflating two different things. Creation.
I'm not conflating two different things.
Let me tell you why. Everything that you're trying to conflate from the new creation, you cannot find in the old creation. In the original Genesis 1, you cannot find redemption. Wait. You cannot find redemption in Genesis 1. You cannot find salvation in Genesis 1. So every time you're trying to conflate salvation with creation, you have to show me salvation in Genesis 1.
Okay, but the thing is, right? We're talking about something a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we're talking about something a little bit more abstract, though, right? We're not talking particularly about like redemption. We're talking about the redemption of a particular thing, the redemption of souls in this case.
Okay,
right.
Your point.
And
your point.
Part of the point of Genesis 1, like if you're interpreting the fall, right?
The fall is not in Genesis 1.
I mean, it's in Genesis.
No, it's not Genesis 1. Genesis 3. So you're 2 chapters late.
The end of Genesis is until. Is it the end
Genesis
of Genesis 1?
Genesis 1 is creation. Genesis 2 is the Sabbath. In the middle of Genesis 2 is the fall. Genesis 2 is the Sabbath in the beginning. Then it talks about a different narrative of, not different, but a different, I shouldn't have said different, other perspective of creation. And then Genesis 3 is the fall.
I mean,
I love that because what it does actually is it talks about like God created mankind, the nations of man, well before he created Adam. So, but Christians can't wrap their heads around that. Like God actually did more creating after the creation, because what it has is the creation. And then it has this narrative of God going into the Garden of Eden and creating Adam. Right. So what they say is, well, Genesis 2, that is Genesis 1.5, right? That's like a flashback, when it's not. It's actually God still creating after the initial creation.
I would disagree. Once you analyze the Hebrew, you would realize it's only a development of Genesis 1, not a different narrative. But that's a tangent away from what Immutable was saying. I would invite I would invite everybody to read Genesis 1. Those who really care, Genesis 1 compared to Genesis 2. In the Hebrew, you'll see there's no difference, only a development of what is established in Genesis 1. But go ahead.
I mean, I just have one question, then I'll tap out because I'm not sure where to take this from here. But do you think that God created fallen souls during the creation? Okay,
no.
Then
fallen souls, the falling of man and angels happened in Genesis 3.
Okay, so.
Creation. After God's Sabbath.
Yeah, then I don't see in that case how my argument doesn't. Then in that case, I don't see how my argument doesn't follow, right?
How?
Because the like part of the description of Genesis, right, is like Genesis talks about the creation of the world, talks about the creation of man with souls. The fall talks about how humans were given into a fallen state. But I mean, if you read through the Bible, it then describes how man has the ability to be redeemed through Christ and becomes a new creature within Christ. I mean, it seems to be the case, like that if you're reading, like that if you're like that, I agree with you that in Genesis it doesn't state it directly, right, about the redemption of man as being a creation, but the rest of the Bible does give that implication, right, because it states as much in terms of that. When the soul of man is redeemed, he becomes a new creature. And if you're taking those two to be consistent with each other, it means that the creation of all things, right, in Genesis can't be referring to that can't be true, or it has to be generating some kind of like tension.
I'm gonna respond to you. Wait, Corey, 1 second.
I only got 2 minutes.
I'm a beta because I saw the comment on the bottom. I'm a beta, but I'm not the one complaining. Oh, I'm gonna ban him. Come on, guys. I'm the beta, but I'm here.
I was just showing the comments. Corey, you said you had
no, it's no problem. There's no problem.
Yeah. So I just wanted to go back to the argument when I was just trying to say why the argument doesn't hold up the 7-day cycle. The reason
I'm done with that.
I know, but this was when I was talking. I didn't get to rebuttal to your argument before. You didn't.
Yeah, that's true. We never got back to you on that. That's my fault, Corey. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I just wanted to go to that because you have to pre-propose that your God exists. You have to think this exists because you got something attention outside of it. You got this prediction outside of your God. It's like you can't line these two because you got a book that's written. You don't know if it was written by God. You can't tell if it was written by God, and you have to demonstrate that to be true before you can even say this prophecy is even a prophecy.
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna respond to that quickly before I respond to you, Corey. I'm gonna respond to immutable. Immutable. I'm gonna say I said it at least 3 times. For you to conflate salvation and redemption, new creation, with the old creation, you have to show me redemption and salvation in the old creation. That's simple.
You don't. You just have to be. Hold on. My perspective is just this, right? That when we're talking about the process of creation, and we're talking about the process of the process of God ceasing creation in the events of Genesis, right?
Yeah.
I don't need to
Genesis
be referring. I don't need to be referring to a process where God redeemed that type of thing to be the case. What I just need to point out is how, when we're talking about redemption in this case, we're also referring to something that's occurring, to your standards, that's occurring within space and time. That theme doesn't need to be present within Genesis. It just has to be part of the same. It just has to have share the same properties.
Even time and space will be a new time and space. It's not going to be the same thing as the old. Again, I'm trying to understand why you're making the conflation, because your argument is based on the fact that because salvation and redemption is in time, that refers to the creation.
That refers to a point of. That refers to a creation.
No. Time and space is part of creation, yes, but redemption and salvation was not there in the beginning, so it's part of the new. That's why it says it's part of you are a new creation in Christ. It's part of a different creation because it's not part of the Genesis 1 account. For you to make the conflation, you have to show me. It is incumbent on you to show me salvation and redemption in Genesis 1. That's my point. Right. We could agree to disagree. I don't see how you're trying to conflate the two. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't see why it's the case that the particular mention of redemption needs to be present within Genesis, because that's not the purpose of Genesis as a text. The purpose of Genesis as a text, at least is the first.
What is the purpose of Genesis 1?
Well, the purpose of the first few chapters of Genesis.
No. Genesis 1 is the one about the account of creation. So what was the purpose of Genesis 1?
It's to provide an account of how the Hebrews viewed their cosmology and how they viewed the creation of the world in their perspective.
Okay, so it refers to the creation of everything in time and space, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, now salvation and redemption was not part of that. Why? Because
that's not the genre.
There was
of the
not
text.
a fall. No, exactly. There was not the fall of man yet, or the fall of the angels. So the fact still remains that when you're conflating the redemptive part of God, the redemptive work of God, and the salvific work of God with the old creation, first of all, it's contradictory to Scripture, because it says you're a new creation in Christ. That's number one. And the fact that it's qualified as new make a clear distinction between the old and the one that's being referred as the new one.
Yeah. So the issue, the only issue I would take with that was when I asked you the question initially, right? I prefaced it by asking, when God ceased creation, right? Was it referring to the creation of all things?
No, you answered. No. What was my answer?
Your answer was yes.
No, my answer was everything that is comprised in Genesis 1. So you have to show me redemption and salvation.
I might have to rewatch the stream. But when you gave me an initial answer, it was yes, which would imply, which would validate my argument.
Let me elaborate on that. Maybe let's say I did say that. Let me clarify what I meant. Everything in Genesis, because I said it multiple times now. Everything in Genesis.
Cool. All right, so we do have a couple new people coming in. Leo is in. Jason is in. Hasn't had a chance to speak. Danny was here for a while. Danny, if you want to come back, I was trying to get in, but I don't want to interrupt the argument as it's happening, because that's just like rude. But before I let anybody speak, I have to ask: is it too soon?
I'm not dead, fuckers.
I think it might be too soon. It might be too soon.
No. I don't know who that's for. I don't know who's that for, but I appreciate the hospitality.
Who is four?
It's not too soon because you would have loved
Gilbert,
that.
Gilbert Godfrey just died, and that was lovingly made by Smokey Saint in my honor. So, too soon, I know. But
Smokey
Leo
Saint
is
is another
here.
fanatic. He's not a Christian.
Jason, you've talked, but you haven't talked in a while, so I'd love to get you back in. So please.
I just had this very quick because I don't want to eat into Leo's time. That I heard somebody else mentioning this issue of who wrote how do we know that God wrote the Bible? So that is my question, which is, even if I assume that you are correct, the 7-day cycle came from the Bible, all of that, then, but in order for that to be proof of God, you have to say that I have proof that God wrote that the Bible is the inspired word of God. So so essentially, it seems like if you're saying the 7-day cycle is the proof for God, it really means you have to provide proof that the Bible is the word of God.
Okay, so here's my thing. I'm going to respond to you because that was the question of Jason as well. So I'm going to stipulate my two proposition by taking into account your objection, all right? The Hebrews say that their God, now I'm doing an internal critique, their God is the one who is the author of the 7-day cycle. You don't have to agree. It's a claim. It's a claim. It's a claim. I'm referring to the Bible. So that's circular reasoning. As far as now, okay, that's a circular reasoning for now. Then it says this is the test for you to gauge whether it comes from God. There's a prediction. The Hebrew says there's a prediction in the scriptures that he will submit all nations to a 7-day cycle. That will be the demonstration of his power. So it's no longer relegated to circular reasoning. Why? Because what's written here subjugated our reality in a universal way. So that's the way I prove it comes from God. You have to argue against my second. You have to argue against my second proposition. The fact that this is unique. Let me finalize.
I think that's circular, though.
It's not circular. Wait, Jason. It's not circular if it impacts your reality. You cannot say circular reasoning or argument that is circular has an impact on our reality in a universal way. You're redefining the word circular reasoning.
I'm sorry, but here's the problem with it. Because guess what? You're still using the outside source. You don't know this source is coming from somebody else.
It's a witness.
Saying, this has to be conditions for something for this thing to happen. It still has to be unfalsifiable and demonstratable. So you're pre-proposing something still breaks down, and it still goes around to a circular argument where you have to pre-propose something for it to be.
Hey guys, real quick, I got to cut in real quick. I got to step away. I got to do my daughter's blood sugar. I would really like Leo to step in, the one person that is yet to speak as well. But I will be stepping away.
And I gotta go.
I don't expect this is going to get too crazy, so I think we'll be fine.
Leo, could I ask you one thing, just super short?
Yeah, go ahead.
What is the chapter and verse? God will make submit 7-day cycle.
I have no idea.
This is demolished doctrine. I'm not asking you, Leo. Come on, man.
I thought you said, Leo, can I ask you a question?
Leo, can I ask him a very
I thought you were asking to ask me a quick question. Yeah,
it's a misunderstanding. A simple misunderstanding.
7-day, this is demolished speaking. Could you give me chapter verse on that, please?
Yeah, I said it in the beginning, but I'll repeat. We can go from Isaiah 66, verse 19, verse 23, Ezekiel 20,
Isaiah
verse
66,
19, 23, Ezekiel 20, verse 12.
No. Not 20.
No. But you have to.
I'm writing this down. Okay. Please stop saying lots of things.
Okay. There's only 4 verses. And then you could unfold every verse that I provided to you, and you're going to come to that conclusion, deductive reasoning.
If it was easy, add those verses together to get this. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. If it was easy, you would have that. If it was, wait. If it was easy, then
because there is no such verse.
No problem.
So when we piece together verses from different parts of the Bible, then we get what we want to get. Got it.
Immutable. I said those are 4 witnesses. All I need is to appeal to 2 or 3 according to Scripture. But I could go through all. I can go.
Each
witness
would have to say the full complete. No, you can't. The full complete statement would have to be made by each witness. You can't add pieces of witnesses.
No problem. That's why you're not a Christian.
And
immutable.
Okay, but if we're going with that, let me just reply. Let me reply to your witness statement.
It's going to take a couple of seconds because I know you're going to go. I want to make it clear. I provided 4 verses, which is once you do deductive reasoning, you will come to that assessment, that conclusion. But I can go from Genesis.
I have a quick question. You said deductive reasoning. Can you give me the premises, the conclusion, and the rule of inference there then, please?
Are you saying to put it in a syllogistic
yes,
form?
anything that is
I don't have
deductive
to.
can
I
be
don't have
put.
to.
Well, then I don't have any reason to believe that what you're saying is deductive. So that's all.
Okay, wait, Leo Phyllis, are you saying that deductive? Wait, are you saying deductive reasoning has to be philosophical?
No, but anything that is deductive, by definition, can be put into a deductive syllogism. So if you say that something's deductive, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you for the premises, the conclusion, and the rule of inference. And I'm not saying you can't give me that, but if you just say you don't want to, that's fine. But then I don't have any reason to believe that what you're saying is deductive is deductive.
No problem. If I use algebra, like I went to, because you're probably smarter than me in mathematics. If I say
I don't know what math has to do with this.
No,
I'm
no,
asking,
but
I'm asking for rules of inference.
I'm using algebra. I'm using algebra. 2x equals 8. X equals 4. Is that not deductive reasoning there?
No, I don't know what the premises are, what the conclusion is, or what the rule of inference is. Yeah, but to say that something is deductive is to say that there are a set of premises and a conclusion that follows from those premises via the rules of inference, be it modus ponens, modus tollens, or some other rule of inference. So if you're saying that something is deductive, I need the premises, the conclusion, and the rule of inference that you're utilizing.
I could entertain that, but one thing I want to make sure I'm getting this from your mouth, from the horse's mouth. Are you telling me that if I'm appealing to deductive reasoning, I have to use a syllogistic form for a formal argument? Is that your position?
Well, no, I said that anything that is deductive can be formed syllogistically.
Oh, can be.
That's
so I don't have to.
I don't have of what it is.
Wait,
See, so I don't know what your premises are. I don't know what your conclusion is, and I don't know what your rule of inference is. If you can't put it in a syllogistic form, then I'm not going to be able to understand it. I can't examine the argument that you have to know that it's deductive because you're not giving me the form of your argument.
Okay, no problem. So in one sense, you're saying I have to put it in a syllogistic form for you to understand. And the other sense, you said you don't have to. Which one is it?
Yeah, you don't have to put it in that form, but if you want me to understand it, I would like to see it in that form.
It's for your selfish reasons. It's what you're saying. I don't have to.
No. Selfishness has to do with it. I'm just wanting to know what your argument is. But I'm not going to be able to know that if I don't have
wait.
Sort of like
let me engage. Let me engage Leo because we're getting somewhere here. So I want to make it clear because I just want to understand your position before I entertain your idea. Okay, your challenge. I don't have to put it in a syllogistic form for it to be valid, right? To be true. No, not valid. True. And when I say true, your reality. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted again.
He's muted.
Yeah. This laptop is pissing me off.
So what was my question? Tell me what my question was.
If it has to be put in a deductive, like syllogistic form in order to be true, and then you said true is it seemed that what you were saying, you were defining truth as that which sort of is like what would correspond to your reality. I can grant that. You don't have to, but then I don't know what your argument is. I'm not saying you're wrong. I never said that you were wrong or incorrect. I'm just asking for what the premises, the conclusion, and the rule of inference is so that I can understand your argument, how you're reasoning to your conclusion, and what premises from which you're reasoning to that conclusion.
I totally understand. And this is good for the audience because now we're going to we're using philosophy. Give me a second. I'll be back. Give me a second.
Yeah, the whole point is that he could put it if it is a deductive argument, he should be able to put it into that structure. And if it's not a deductive argument, then he can't put it in that structure. So it's a nice test to evaluate whether something is actually a deductive argument. He's making the claim that's a deductive argument. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best way to say it is just this. Look, I mean, if you're saying it's a deductive argument, put it in the form that it needs to be in. Otherwise, I don't have a reason to believe that what you're claiming is a deductive argument actually is deductive.
Exactly.
Right now, it might be might be something like abductive or something like that, but it's not deductive. I mean, deductive arguments are fairly rare and they are very annoying to construct.
I mean, you could even be like,
you just become his kryptonite.
the beginning of his deductive argument almost has to be the Bible is the Bible is the word of God. And then the next argument, you know what I mean? Because it has to start from there if he's going to say that the 7-day cycle is somehow proof of God. This is where I was like, he was saying what he was talking about to me seemed circular, that he was saying that God, that the Hebrews say that our God is the God, and our God that predicts a 7-day cycle. Therefore, the 7-day cycle is proof of the God of which the Hebrews said that it is the God that does the 7-day cycle. So it just seemed circular to me.
The only thing I wanted to say really quickly is that just for anybody that might think that I kind of jumped down his throat there, I'm not saying anybody did think that, but just in case anybody does, look, if I hear somebody tell me, oh, my argument's deductive, and I don't like really fully understand what their argument is, well, then I'm going to ask them, it's deductive, then that means there's premises, a conclusion, and a rule of inference from which the conclusion logically draws from the premises, and I'd like you to outline that for me. It doesn't have to be in like a strict formal syllogism, but there should be like generalized statements and then a conclusion that follows from them via some deductive rule of inference. And I just want to know what that is. I'm not saying he doesn't have one. I'm not saying that he's wrong or incorrect just because I'm charitable. That's not what I'm going to do. But the minute that somebody tells me that their argument is deductive, especially if I'm not fully understanding their argument, then that's the question I'm going to ask you, because that's what helps me understand what your argument is and how you're arriving at your conclusion and from what premises you are arriving at that conclusion.
I mean, it's really rare that like you get a deductive like type of argument. I mean, for instance, like all mathematical proofs are deductive arguments, but outside of like very like precise logic and math, you don't really get deductive arguments too much.
All right, yeah, I'm back now, and I see that our friend is gone. I was gonna kick him out like about 45 minutes ago, maybe an hour ago, and then it continued. So I would.
You missed about 3 minutes.
I found it to be one of the dumbest arguments I've ever heard in my life.
True.
I just think, look, I mean, I just think the argument he's making, I mean, it's interesting, but the like the point you can, there's so many issues with the argument, but the point, one of the points is that why is it not possible that other Near Eastern gods, if you take this particular reading frame, can't generate the same prediction, right? And in that case, you're into another cat and mouse game.
Just for
I
my
like
own
that he was so
understanding-
like into it, like he was really into it, and he did stay here under the gun from a lot of different atheists. So I give him props for that. But I just, I'm trying to go by that old adage now. Like if you ain't got much nice to say, don't say much at all. So that's kind of been my thing tonight. So y'all go ahead.
I just, for my own understanding, was there like a specific claim that he made that I know we're kind of talking about the Bible and whether it was like authored by God or something, but was there somebody walk me through like specifically what at least I just saw him there, so maybe he can walk me through what
Okay, if you guys don't mind, I would like to continue what Neil was on the path he was going. I want to make it clear. Okay, so now that we have agreed upon the fact that my proposition can be true without having to put it in a philosophical argument form, how about this? How about I reverse the challenge to you and tell me if it's possible? I'm not sure, but is it possible for you to take my two propositions, put it in the form that is syllogistic or syllogism?
I would need to know what those two propositions are.
I will do that.
Okay.
I will do that. And show me any other alternative than the proposition, the conclusion I provided, that God is sovereign over all nations. So here are my two propositions. Number one, the God of the Hebrews is the author of the 7-day cycle. And proposition number two, he predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a demonstration of his power over all nations and the gods of the nations by the fact that he has replaced their weekly cycles, which was used for worship, with his cycle, therefore by that establishing that he is God of the nations and God over the gods of the nations. So if you're able to put that,
could I get that second premise again?
No
maybe
problem.
Perhaps a little bit more condensed, if at all possible.
So, no problem. He predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a demonstration of his power over all nations and the gods of the nations by the fact that he replaced our weekly cycles, which was used for worship of the false gods. And by that,
for the second premise so far, I have he predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a demonstration of his power. That's all I have.
Okay, as a demonstration of his power over the nations.
Okay.
And the false gods of those nations. by the fact that he replaced their weekly cycle, which was implemented for worship, and by that, establishing that he is God of the nations and God over the nations and the God over the gods of the nations. Basically, it's the same thing I said in the beginning.
So let me read back to you what I have written down, and then you tell me if this is a good if I got it all. So the first premise is something like the God of the Hebrews is the author of the 7-day cycle.
Perfect.
The second premise is something like he predicted, again, the God of the Hebrews predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a demonstration of his power over the nations and the false gods of those nations by the fact that he replaced their weekly cycle that they had implemented for worship.
Okay, that's good enough. Yeah.
Okay, and then the conclusion is, therefore, the God of the Hebrews is sovereign over the nations, the sovereign God over the nations.
Amen. So show me in syllogistic form how you would come to any other different outcome than what I've presented, that he is God over the nations.
I would just say I don't see how the conclusion necessarily would follow from those two premises.
I need you to tell me why.
Because it would just be a non sequitur. The fact that he replaced the cycle they use doesn't necessarily mean he's sovereign over their nations.
Okay, so how about we add a little caveat to that? This is something that is used for worship, for cultural and religious purposes. So you need to tell me why every nation relinquished their cultural and religious practices to submit themselves to a Hebraic cycle.
Sorry, are you saying, well, why is it that like the world uses a 7-day cycle for their calendars and everything?
No. That's not what I said. Let me repeat, because you're saying it doesn't follow the fact that God replaced their calendars. I'm telling you that this is something that was done against their will. So you need to, because this is what the whole point is: power over the nations. And the fact that he demonstrates power over the nations shows that he is sovereign over the nations. So now you need to explain to me and to add into your equation, how is it that all the nations relinquished all of their religious and cultural habits in order to submit themselves to a 7-day cycle? Why would they do that?
Well, I don't think it's necessarily true that like all of these nations just straightforwardly relinquished whatever system they were using. And
give me one nation that didn't. Give me one.
Well, I'm not like a historian on this, but as I understand it,
okay,
the 7-day cycle was slowly adopted by societies as they realized that it was a more accurate way and a more meaningful way of describing
Isn't this
as essentially as what's the word I'm looking for? Not quantifying. I guess you could say just describing time, trying to create a calendar. I also
standardized.
I could be wrong on this. I don't know if the 7-day.
Wait, I've got a great argument.
If the 7-day week is originally Hebrew.
Wait.
The American dollar is this
Babylonian
trade across the world, and it says right on it in
the calendar of the Babylonians.
And,
now maybe the Babylonians were Jewish.
Everyone's using,
like I said, I'm not historian.
The American dollar, which reads "In God We Trust." Thereby,
yeah, but that was added in the 50s. That wasn't the motto of the United States all the way up until the communist Red Scare of the 1950s.
But that's what he's doing here.
No, it's not. Let me tell you.
Okay.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
Listen, we went 3 different ways. I want to go back to what you were trying to establish. Okay, so you're telling me before, let's not even argue that Babylonian claim, because I already refuted that in the beginning. I could do it again, but I don't want to go there. I want to go a different angle now. You're telling me, okay, that it became standardized throughout time, right? I don't argue against that. The fact is was it done? Why was it done? That's the point I'm trying to establish. So let's just say, I want to see how far you're going to go with this. Let's say that the 7-day cycle, you cannot demonstrate human agency for the 7-day cycle being universal. If you cannot demonstrate that, isn't that good enough to demonstrate that my God had divinely or the submission of the world to a 7-day cycle comes from God? If you're not able to account for it with human agency,
that's not how that worked. The fact that
how did human agency come into this conversation?
The fact that somebody can't account for something doesn't mean in and of itself that some particular other explanation is the right one.
Okay. Wait.
Also, I did want to add that the 7-day week in the calendar was added by Emperor Constantine in 321 CE. So
We heard this. I respond to this at least 1,000 times. Let me respond to this again. Okay.
Yeah, you did earlier. After you respond, Danny's back, and Danny waited forever
No
and then
problem.
dropped earlier.
Oh,
So
let Danny.
Danny speak.
Yeah, I'll let Danny speak if he wants.
Wait. But let me just respond to this Constantine fallacy. Number one, the 7-day cycle predates Rome. Number one. Number two, the Gregorian calendar is not universal. Ethiopia, Iran keeps a 7-day cycle. But
I didn't mention the Gregorian calendar.
No, but Constantine.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I don't think the calendar that Constantine developed was the Gregorian. I could be wrong on that. Like,
Gregorian is before Constantine. The point still remains. Is that the universal application of the 7-day cycle could not be accounted for by the Gregorian calendar, because the Gregorian calendar is not universal, but the 7-day cycle is. That's first.
I would like to say something just really quickly here, and this is from the Encyclopedia Britannica, and I'm reading verbatim. Evidence indicates, however, that the Jews may have borrowed the idea of the week from Mesopotamia, for the Sumerians and the Babylonians divided the year into weeks of 7 days each, one of which they designated a day of recreation, supposedly the day that God rested upon.
I'm gonna respond to that quickly, because I wanted to go to why you said the argument doesn't follow, but we're going to the authorship of the 7-day cycle. No problem. Even this Leophilus, even if that was true, which is false, even if it was true, I'm going to respond to why it's false. It still doesn't account for my second proposition, because the second proposition is the one that demonstrates power. Babylon did not make a prediction. Samaria didn't make a prediction.
Who made the proposition exactly?
Wait. The prediction is specifically, exclusively Hebraic. Now, let me respond.
What was the prediction?
Wait, you're going to 10 different things at the same time.
I'm just trying to follow what you're saying. So there was a prediction made.
I'm following your train.
That was made by the Hebrews.
Let's forget the prediction. No, that's the second proposition. You argued against the first proposition.
No, I did not. That's not what I argued. What I argued was that your conclusion did not follow from your premise.
No. That was your first one. Then you went to your second. You went to Babylon. The 7-day cycle comes from Babylon. So it goes to the authorship.
That was tangential to my problem.
No, you're all over the place
with your argument. The only problem. I'm not all over the place. It's definitely not.
You sure?
The only problem that I had with your argument is that the conclusion does not logically draw from the premises that you outlined.
I agree.
Can we repeat? I just want to repeat the premises.
No problem. I will do that.
Because I did write them down, but then I deleted them as the discussion.
No problem.
As we went
we do need to try to get everybody involved.
No problem. But I just want to get some clarification from Leophilus, and then you can let Danny speak. I don't need to respond to his argument. I just want to make sure I understand. First, you went to the argument doesn't follow. Then you went to the encyclopedia. You went to a source that suggested that the 7-day cycle comes from Babylon, and now you're making a different argument. So I want to address at least one of them. The Babylonian claim, if you go to the primary historical source, which is called the Enuma Elish tablets, it refers to a lunar cycle, not a 7-day cycle. The last week will end in 8 or 9 days, which is not recurrent. Therefore, it's not a 7-day cycle. Therefore, my first proposition is valid.
Yeah, but that was the Romans. The Romans used a cycle based on the sun and the moon, and that was 8 days.
Wait. You went to Babylon. Now you went.
And in 321 CE, Emperor Constantine established a 7-day week. I was talking about what happened prior to that in a different culture. But the 7-day week is not original to the Hebrews or the Jews. It predates them. They borrowed it.
No problem. What was my response to? You went to Rome. I responded to that. But what was my response to the Babylonian claim? What was the source I was referring to?
It seems that what you were saying was that the Babylonians used like the sun and the moon in their cycles.
No, I didn't say that. I referred you to the primary Babylonian source called the Enuma Elish tablets. So I gave you a source where you can.
Do you have any links? Do you have any links to that? What it says about what their calendar said?
You can go to a PDF. Get a PDF on. You can go to.
Could you link that to me, since you're the one making?
He's referring to a monthly cycle.
Wait. Let me speak for myself. You can go to the British Museum website and put this Enuma, ENUMA, Elish, ELISH, and you will see 5th tablet, verses 10 to 31. Validates it's a lunar cycle which is not recurrent. Now I know the so-called scholar.
That doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't 7 days in their week. I can grant that, but there could still be 7 days in their week.
It's not a recurrent 7-day
I don't know what that means when you say it's not recurrent 7 days. Are you saying that each week is different?
That's what I'm saying. The last week will end in 8 or 9 days. That's what the scholars won't tell you.
But that's not what the Encyclopedia Britannica, the entries of which are written by scholars say. They say that the Babylonians had 7 days because they named each of the 5 of the days after 5 of the planets: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And the other 2 days after the sun and the moon. So it seems that based off of their cosmology, yes, they developed a 7-day week. But they never had an 8 or a 9-day week. The Romans had an 8-day week.
I'm sorry. This
was different to the Babylonians.
Every scholar, if you're going to encyclopedia, every scholar says it's an 8, 9, 8 or 9.
Encyclopedia Britannica, which is an academic.
My friend, I could show you once you keep reading the sources that says it's an 8 or 9-day recurrence.
You haven't linked those sources. I've asked for those sources.
Which scholar are you referring to?
You just told me that I could go look for a PDF, but you didn't link me anything.
Leo, can
I can link this. I'll link it right now so that everybody else can see it. But
everybody
you haven't shared anything.
No problem.
I've cited
what
a
was
source. You haven't.
Where did I refer you to?
I don't know.
To the British Museum somewhere.
Exactly. Somebody was paying attention. So you're not paying attention.
5.
Wait.
Yeah, but you
You're
didn't
not
cite a source. You just referred me to something.
I told
That's
you
not the same as citing
the
a source.
British Museum. Go to the Enuma Elish because they have the Enuma Elish tablets, and you will go to the 5th tablet. They're gonna give you a PDF, 5th tablet verses 10 to 31. I can't be more precise than that.
Leo, can I get a second? Leo?
No. Your source is not detailed enough. It's not detailed.
Yeah, but you haven't cited a source. I have. So we don't. There isn't really much of a reason.
I already have.
See, this is you referred to a source, but you didn't cite one. Referral and citation are not the same thing.
This has happened throughout this conversation. I'm going to let you guys continue, but I do want to get Danny in. So
no problem.
And I think somebody else was trying to talk as well.
Yeah.
So, but at the same time, like Leo, this has happened several times. I don't think you're gonna convince them, but like you're doing great, dude. So y'all can keep going, but I do want to bring Danny in.
I just wanted to
okay, I'm gonna do the source. I'm gonna do the homework for you guys.
Well, while you're doing that, Rage, I just came in here to say that you did a lot better with Khalil about the contingency stuff. I just want to say I'm proud of you, man.
Thank you, man. That means a lot, dude.
You asked some of the right questions, and I think you just approached the conversation pretty well. So I just wanted to say that's all I wanted to say. I don't have anything to say about
Leo.
All right, well, I appreciate that, Danny. So yeah, y'all can definitely continue your conversation. I that makes me feel pretty good. I didn't have much time to prep. Like Smokey's kept me busy. So
yeah, I hate to be me, but I've been listening on and off. Like, what exactly is the argument here? Like,
that's part of what I'm trying to figure out. That's why I initially asked him, like, what is argument?
Yeah,
it seems that his argument is that the Bible was initially authored by God and that there are predictions that were made that were fulfilled that seem to indicate that or something along those lines.
Leo, you wrote, your buddy, you just wrote the 2 propositions. Why are you not?
Yeah, but I later deleted them because it seemed that the discussion was veering away from that.
I mean, I wrote down the first one.
But in the meantime, I'm going to get you the source. The true source from scholars, not what you just provided.
Can't we just articulate what the very basically the first premise was? The Hebrew God is the author of the 7-day cycle. Was that correct?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that was basically what it was.
What's premise 2? Like in a sentence, not like a paragraph. What's premise 2?
He predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a demonstration of his power over the nations. That's good enough.
But let's just say he predicted.
Hold on. Can we just repeat that really quickly?
He predicted
the
universal application of the 7-day cycle as a demonstration.
Just very basically, he predicted the 7-day cycle. That's it. Like anything else is just extra words. We're just trying to make it very basic.
So wait, God.
Wait, Jason.
I'm the 7-day cycle. Is that what I'm hearing?
Wait.
Go ahead.
For you, Jason, because I'm trying to get the source so I can show Leo Phyllis how to really cite a source. But in the meantime, I want you to understand. You guys can see me? Okay, you're there. Okay. I want you to understand that everything I'm stipulating is necessary to validate my claim. I said he predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle, as because he says this is my sign using the Hebrew word oath, my signature that I am Lord over the nations. So the signature is important as well because you see that signature in our reality.
It's not important. It's not important for the proposition. That's just extra words.
Wait, is this supposed to be? Is this supposed to be an argument for the existence of God?
Yeah. Well, not specifically. I think it's an argument more that the Bible or something was authored by God.
It's to justify the claim that the Bible was written by God.
I think I have a shorter version of the 7 day cycles argument here. If I could give it, and then he could tell me whether he thinks it's accurate. So I have premise 1: the Hebrew God is the author of the 7 day cycle. Premise 2: the Hebrew God predicted the universal application of the 7 day cycle to the nations, which became fulfilled, which is to say that they adopted it. Conclusion: therefore, the Hebrew God is sovereign over the nations. Is that fair? Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah, I would still say that the conclusion just does not follow.
Explain why.
But because I would need an explanation of how it does. I don't see how that conclusion follows from those two premises. I don't.
No.
Because when you say the Hebrew God predicted, I don't even know what that means.
What do you think I mean? Now
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what to think you mean.
Okay, then I can't really entertain this, because if you don't understand simple language, what do you understand by prediction?
Whoa.
Yeah, but like, I mean, you say the Hebrew God, you say that he predicted. How do you know that it was him that predicted it? How are you taking the Hebrew God?
I responded to that like 10 minutes ago. Where were you?
Here's another. Well, how can God make a prediction if he's omni? Here, let me try to engage that.
Go ahead. I'm just trying to get the source.
How can God make a prediction if he's omnipresent?
Omniscient?
No, you mean omniscient.
Yeah, if he's omniscient. I mean, the idea of the prediction, right, is that the prediction could possibly be incorrect, right? So like if I make a prediction about a die that I roll, and I say this die that I'm going to roll is going to be, I don't know, a 6, right? There's the potential for that to be like not realized. It could be any other number. But like the idea of a prediction, I guess, in the basic sense is that it could be otherwise. But if God's omniscient, right, it doesn't seem like he could really make a prediction, like at least in the sense that we're referring to. Like he could ordain things by his will, but it wouldn't be a prediction because God knows the result. God, like if you're holding like to God being omniscient and omnipotent, right?
Yeah.
God knows like the actualized state of all possible like states of affairs, right? So it doesn't really make sense to refer to a prediction.
That triple O God tends to be a problem for most Christian arguments. Go ahead.
And when did God predict the universal application of the 7 day cycle? When did God say, I am, this is going to happen?
How can God Jesus Christ.
Your estimation is he did it in the Bible, that the Bible says this, and therefore that's God. This gets back to this issue of, you don't know that God wrote the Bible. You're just assuming that. That's an assumption.
The other problem is that during the same time, the Egyptians were using a calendar that was 10 days long, and the Romans were using one that was 8. So it doesn't seem like all the nations adopted a 7 day calendar during this time that this prediction was supposed to be made.
Wow! So. Wait! Come on, Leophilus, you're smarter than this. Let me engage.
It took 2,000 years, yo.
Okay, no problem. So if you guys want to. For me to interject for a little, let me repeat my two propositions.
A lot. You're not
okay. So go ahead. So okay, no problem. So go ahead. Keep going.
Leo, tablet 5 is addressing how long is a month, and then since they were trying to make a 30-day month, 7 doesn't go equally into the number 30, so they have a longer time span for the last week of the month. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, okay. I don't know what tablet 5 is. I'm lost right now.
That's the source I referred you to. I referred you to the primary source.
Yeah, you referred it, but you didn't cite it. Those are not the same thing.
I'm supposed to cite it, I have to do your homework. I have to do. You make a claim.
Yeah. When you make a claim based on a source, it is your job to cite that source in favor of the claim you made with respect to that source. Yes.
Yeah.
That would be your homework, not mine.
So we have to chase your truth. Is that what you're saying? We have to chase it.
No. I'm getting the source for you to show you that you didn't go deep enough because they say
I just read what I just read.
I know. It doesn't
magazine, another very highly respected magazine. So I've now cited 2 sources that seem to disagree with what you're saying.
I'm going to give you
scholars. Still haven't cited one.
I'm going to give you scholars, right, who went deep enough and who wrote books about this, and they all say what I say, that the last week will end in 8 to 9 days. I'm going to do your homework for you, no problem, because you didn't go deep enough. I'll go deep for you, and then I respond to you this claim that I presuppose God in my propositions when I responded to that like 15 minutes ago.
I imagine you spent 10 years on formulating this argument. You're really passionate about it. This is all new to us.
No, I didn't.
Dude,
No, I didn't. No, I do agree. I do agree. I do agree with that. I do agree that you guys are not familiar with this, but all I'm saying is like when something as simple as the Egyptians kept a 10-day cycle, so therefore my proposition is false. When I made it clear, I used the tenses of verbs, which should clarify what my position is. He is the author of the 7-day cycle, and he predicted it, and it's applied today. Different tenses of verbs for you to understand.
Guys.
To understand the difference between the 10-day cycle. Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Hold on. I just need to ask a really quick, completely unrelated question to Jason, because I think he's the only one that probably knows this right now. UCL in London, what is that? Because every fucking university website only ever gives the letters and never their full fucking name. So do you know what UCL is in London? I don't know what that is. Does anybody know what that is? UCL, London's global university. It's the University of something. I don't know what.
I got lost in this rabbit hole about 2 hours ago, so
I've kind of clocked out of it.
I mean, it's been entertaining, and like again, I really love the passion. 7-day, this is
what
your
UCL
thing.
Is?
I could give you my source now.
UCL.
I could give you my source. It says the lunation of 29 and 30 days basically contain 3 7-day weeks, and the final week, 8 or 9 day inclusive, breaking the continuous 7-day cycle. And you go to the source is the pinches.
So they had a 7-day week with exception.
Okay, if that's how desperate you are,
plainly what it reads.
It's not desperate. It's just kind of pointing out the flaws in your argumentation here.
How is that a flaw? Wait. It's supposed to go against my first premise.
Well, I mean, it goes to the very first thing that I said in my opening spiel. The great imperfection of God's perfection. Y'all continue.
Wait. That statement makes it doesn't militate against my position. My first proposition.
I mean, you claim that you heard my opening statement, though.
And I heard what you're saying, but I don't see how it relates. The first proposition is the 7-day cycle recurrent. I'm sorry, I have to be emphasized. It has to be recurrent. It's exclusive to this to the God of the Hebrews, or the Hebrews say it's exclusive to their God. So we went through all of this for you to validate my position once again. So. I give my source, Pinch's Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics.
In actually having a conversation? Anyone here at all?
Sure.
No problem. Divert, but thanks.
No, the truth of the matter, 7-day, you're going to be convinced you're right no matter what anyone else says. You won't accept actual argumentation. You won't look at your argument to see if it's even proposed correctly.
Which one? Which valid objection did you present so far? Because
the one we've been talking about for a few hours.
No. Wait. I could go to your last
anytime, and no disrespect, 7-day. I do love your passion, but I allowed this to continue for so long because people were coming in, and anytime people are done with the conversation, not to say that you can't come back and we can't continue it. But we have been going like a steady 7.5 hours. But I will leave that up to the room because I want the conversation.
I have no problem.
I'm really trying really hard not to just end it. If the room wants it to end, but no disrespect to you at all, 7-day. This has been a whirlwind of a conversation, no doubt.
And you can say that again.
Not very often that Christians come on here any longer. You come in and you have faced the fire, so I appreciate the hell of that.
No problem.
But if the conversation is not over, it's not over. But I'm saying that when the room is ready for it to be over,
listen to what he's saying.
I was ready to finish 15
Rage is talking to you. Rage is talking to you. Rage is talking to you.
I would say one
Learn
thing.
to listen. He has not finished
Let
yet.
everybody verify all the information that was presented today. That's all I would say.
Well, and I'm saying, same day, maybe it's not over. I mean, Leo definitely has his hand up, so he's not done. But when I'm saying when the room is ready to move on, we can do that.
No, we can move on. I said it like 20 minutes ago.
Yeah,
but
I'm ready to move on.
I just want a little caveat. I would have everybody validate the information that was provided today. Do your exercise your due diligence. A lot of information was provided today. The worst thing I can do is provide you false information, because that trickles down and the audience will accept it for what it's not.
There was one piece
if Danny has things to say, I would love to.
No, I know. I just want to finalize my statement. Just verify the information, audience. A lot of information was provided to you, and I provided my sources for you to
Right. You're saying that you're saying that you provide a lot of information. Did you provide the form of your argument? What form was it?
I already told you, Phyllis.
I have
already told you,
the
Phyllis.
link that I shared in the chat. I don't.
No, I see the argument. I see the argument. I'm asking what the form of it is. Do you know what
it's a deductive syllogism?
Wait, guys, I'm asking him. What's the form of the argument? Is it modus tollens? Is it a hypothetical syllogism? Is it a disjunctive syllogism? What is it?
As I said to Leo Phyllis, I don't know if you were here. I told them specifically that I don't have to put it in a philosophical argument or a philosophical form. All I have to do is present my two propositions. If you want to put them in a syllogistic form, please do that and show me any different alternative than the one I presented, the conclusion I presented. Because Leo Phyllis, all he did is put it in his as premises, and he said it doesn't follow. He doesn't tell me why it doesn't follow.
Okay. Well, if you're so it's not like you're completely not concerned by the form, because one way we tell whether it's valid or invalid is to know the form of the argument. But what I'm reading here, you have the first premise is the Hebrew God predicted a 7-day cycle shows sovereignty over all nations. That's supposedly your first premise.
No. The first proposition is I'll unfold it in a way that is acceptable for everybody. The Hebrews claim that their God is the author of the 7-day cycle. So that's the first claim.
Okay, so the Hebrews came up with the 7-day cycle, essentially.
Okay, they claim it's their God. I like to make that stipulation clear.
Okay.
And proposition number 2 is the part that is no longer circular reasoning. It demonstrates power over our reality. Why? Because they say, the Hebrews, that their God predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a demonstration of his power over the nations.
Oh, how does that connect with the first? So, sorry, what was the second one again?
Welcome to the club, Danny.
There's no problem.
Wake up.
It's okay for me.
Just tell me what you're trying to conclude. What is your what do you want to show us? So what is it that?
Okay, number 1, first proposition. Okay, he is the author of the 7-day cycle. Proposition number 2 is the predictive part. Well, let me rephrase it because I see some people making gestures. The Hebrews say their God is the author of the 7-day cycle. That's a claim. I understand that. Proposition number 2 is the one that validates the claim, because the Hebrews say their God predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a demonstration of his authority over all nations by the replacement of their weekly cycle, which was used for the worship of their false gods, by that demonstrating that he is Lord over the nations and the gods of the nation. Now, you use that put that in a syllogistic form, argument, and show me any other alternative than the one I just presented, that he is sovereign over all nations, by the fact that he has power to subjugate your reality.
Real quick, Danny, Leo's had his hand up for a long time, and I think it's going to go to sleep. Leo, pipe in real quick, and then Danny, go.
Yeah, I've already shared 2 sources that's wrong. The source of the 7-day cycle wasn't the Hebrews, it was the Babylonians. And now this is from, because I figured out what UCL stands for, because they don't want to put it at their own fucking website because they're a bunch of Brit bongers. So go figure. It's the University College of London, or at London, or something like that, because the Brit bongers are. I don't know. I don't know what's happening there in the good old United Turfdom right now. Anyway, I want to quote verbatim from this, which is from a literal university. Quote, although the practice of dividing the days of the year into cycles of 7 days and to name each of these days is generally considered as a universal habit that reaches far back into antiquity. Before the early Roman imperial period, neither Greeks nor Romans, nor, as it seems, any other ancient civilization used to measure time in this way. Even the biblical 7-day week does not appear to have been used for practical purposes much earlier than then. The 7-day week stems from 2 distinct but parallel traditions, the biblical week of the Sabbath and the planetary week. It is the latter form that the 7-day week made its first appearance in the Roman world. The earliest traces of the use of the planetary week appear in Italy during the second half of the 1st century BCE. Similarly, it appears that the Jews started using the days of the biblical week for practical purposes, as well as for liturgy, no earlier than the 1st century BCE. Therefore, in the course of the first centuries of our era, the 7-day week became increasingly widespread throughout the Roman Empire, as shown by a wealth of literary, epigraphic, and documentary sources. By the 4th century CE, the habit of measuring time in cycles of 7 days, either in the Judeo-Christian or in the planetary form, became general across all of the Roman Empire. So it seems that this was invented by the Babylonians, utilized by the Hebrews, popularized by the Romans because of their extreme stretch in the world at that time, moved into the Holy Roman Empire, which would have been largely the most prominent parts of Europe, and that it was the Romans that popularized the use of this, not the Hebrews. And it wasn't even the Hebrews that have invented it. And this is now the 3rd source that I've cited to back this up. And I am the only, I'm going to put it here in the private chat. I am the only one that has cited any sources at all for the things that he said.
True that. Wait, Leophilus. What are they appealing to come to these conclusions? Because you're citing source. Now show me, because I know the source.
They're appealing to history.
Yeah. Thank you very much for showing what an atheism does to a person. He's appealing to history. What does that mean?
We should ignore history. Okay, great.
No.
Are you appealing to ignorance?
No problem. I appeal to the primary source. Tell me, what are they appealing to?
I haven't seen the primary source you're appealing
to. Thank you.
I don't know that you're appealing
I don't need to.
If your appeal to it is even accurate. I've cited 3 sources. All of them are quite prominent and well-respected sources. You have cited
no problem. Okay, no problem. Wait.
Game over. You've been folded like a chair.
Yeah, no problem. No problem, Leophilus.
I'm just kind of fucking.
No problem. I'm okay with that. I'm okay. But Leophilus, last thing. I'm gonna give you concede this point just to see how it follows. It's fallacies, of course, but let's say you're right. Tell me how that militates against my second proposition, because the second proposition is the one that is, because this is what we can validate without going to history too much. Only one nation 2,000 years ago kept a 7-day cycle, a civic calendar for the 7-day cycle. And only one nation or one group of people predicted its universal application. Babylon didn't predict it, Samaria didn't predict it, and the Assyrians didn't predict it. So even if I would accept this fallacy that it comes from Babylon, the predictive part is still exclusively Hebraic. So how would you wait? I'm asking a question. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. No.
Leo, let me answer that.
And I don't want to interrupt the flow, but I do want to get Danny back.
I'm asking Leophilus a question. I'm making a challenge.
I want to answer for Leo. Can I answer for Leo?
No, I can answer. No disrespect, but I can't answer for myself.
Oh yeah,
but I
know
do
you
want to hear
but not as well as I can.
I do want to hear Richard's.
No problem. Can I ask the question? So here's my challenge to you. If I would accept your fallacies, about it coming from Babylon, this because I can't continue always repeating the same same thing. If I were to accept your fallacy that it comes from Babylon, can you explain to me how that would militate against my second proposition, which is the demonstration of power? So all that would mean is that God took something from the Babylonians and he predicted it would be universal, which still leads to the same result, that he is sovereign over all nations by the demonstration of his power, by subjugating all nations to his will, which he predicted. So explain to me how that would militate against that.
Well, so it seems to me that what you're saying is, look, I can grant that my first premise is wrong, but you haven't refuted my second premise. So what's your response to that? But if you're already granting that your first premise is wrong, then you're granting that your conclusion doesn't follow, particularly if you're trying to present a deductive argument. Now, if you're saying that you don't need your first premise to run this argument, you only need the second premise, and so it's just a premise, the Hebrew God predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle to the nations, which became fulfilled, and then the conclusion is, therefore, the Hebrew God is sovereign over the nations, then that's still a non sequitur. I still don't know what your rule of inference is there.
Wait. Again, I'm willing to concede just for this to see where you're going with this. just to demonstrate your desperation.
I'm just,
wait, let me make my question.
But where I'm going,
boy,
is
the projection is absolutely fucking.
No problem.
is unsound.
I understand,
and I've done that. You've already admitted your argument is unsound.
You said it. You said it. Leo Phyllis, I want you to show me what part of my second proposition, with taking in consideration what you claimed, that it comes from Babylon. Explain to me why the fact that he predicts the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a sign or as the proof that he is God. Show me how that doesn't logically follow that he is sovereign over all nations by the fact that he has power over them. No, you didn't. You just
you
did already.
You conceded. You have granted that your first premise is wrong, and then you're saying, well, how do you refute? Yes, you're saying that I grant the first premise is wrong, but my second
I didn't say that. I said I'm willing.
You granted it for the sake of the hypothetical.
You can grant that the Babylonians invented the 7-day
calendar.
But why is
yeah, you did. You said you could.
I'm willing to concede. Listen to what I say, so you really understand what I'm saying. And I'm going to say it one more time. I'm willing to concede just for the sake to see where you're going with this. I need you to show me. Okay, forget the.
We've already got to where I'm going.
When you say
no, wait, no, because you're repeating yourself, but you're not addressing the point. I want you to address the point. Which part? No, address. I know, no problem. Address the fact that are you telling me? Okay, let's summarize what you're saying.
Do you know what conceding a point
means? Wait. No, don't divert.
No. I'm not. I'm just asking you. Like when I say no.
Can I just finalize what I'm saying?
No problem. Sure. I'm just making a clarification.
No. I want to finalize the last point because I know you guys like to divert. You like.
I'm not diverting. I'm trying to steel man your position. Actually, I'm just trying to make sure that when you use a term, I understand.
I think if we tallied, honestly though, real quick,
they diverted because they're afraid.
I've actually been proud of myself because I've allowed you to go on. I bet if we tallied your time versus everybody else's in the room, you'd slightly beat us.
No, I agree.
Let's try to get everybody involved and stuff. But at the same time, y'all continue. But I just wanted to pipe in there,
I just need
you're in here. You're in the Viper's Den. I love that shit. You're doing your thing.
I just need,
but at the same time, you're talking a lot too. So
no. I just need a clarification because I'm asking for simple clarification from Mr. Leo Felix. I want to know which part of the fact that a prediction is made, it's universal, and he says that will be a demonstration of a sign or a proof that he is God. Show me how that does not follow that he is sovereign over the nation. The fact that he has
follow.
No. Saying it does not follow is not arguing your point. Develop your point. Tell me which part, the predictive part, address the predictive part.
Why is it that because a prediction comes true, therefore somebody is sovereign over something?
No. You're misrepresenting my argument.
I didn't say that. I don't know what your
that is your argument. No.
I can't refute your argument if I don't understand your argument.
You're acting. Leo Phyllis. Don't say
that's not an argument.
No. Listen. I didn't just say predictive. Pay attention. Predictive, universal, and he says it will be a sign of his power over all nations, and those has been fulfilled. Address the 3 points. Don't try to misrepresent my argument. Predictive, universal, exclusive. I got an extra point. Exclusive to the God of the Hebrews, and he said it would be the sign of his power. Explain to me how that does not follow that he is Lord, sovereign over the people he subjugated.
Shouldn't that be your conclusion? Not like
that is a conclusion. It's
I'm not. I said these are my propositions. Put it in a syllogistic form if you want.
Do you understand the difference between a proposition and a conclusion?
Yeah, but listen. I have 4 propositions: predictive, universal, exclusive. And
those are words, not propositions.
No. Listen, stop acting.
A proposition is a statement that is truth apt.
Okay,
you just gave us words.
Okay. So it's a proposition is something that has a truth to it, right?
A sentence, an utterance, a statement.
Okay, I gave you the sentence already. I give you this, but I'm going to do it for you because you're trying to avoid the reality of my presentation. All right. He predicted. Listen.
That's what he's doing.
He said he wants me to put it in a sentence. I'm going to put it in a sentence.
You're scared. That's what's going on here.
No problem.
You're frightened out of your mind.
I'm so fucking scared. I'm shaking in my boots. Big energy right now.
Diverting.
Admit Yahweh did this. Come on.
Diverting. I have 4 statements because Leophilus wants them in the sentence. I'm gonna put it in the
Well, I
sentence.
thought that you only had 2 statements, so you're
No,
changing
you
your
see?
argument
Diverting.
First it's 4, now it's 2, it'll be 20. God only
Earlier,
knows.
you said I wanted to give you the statement
your
so
last
that you
objection-
can put them, you as in me,
Your
you can
last
put them into
objection-
a syllogistic form, and you only gave me 2 statements, but now
no
you're
problem,
saying
no
there's 4.
Your last objection is I didn't put them into the statement. I'm gonna put them in the same. Stop going all over the place. Number 1,
we're not.
Listen. He predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle. That's statement number 1. Statement number 2, proposition number 2. He said this is exclusive to himself.
Who is he?
Yeah, God.
The Hebrews. Stop
Hebrew God.
diverting. Stop diverting.
No. I'm not. But I don't know what
rephrase
you mean by
I'm gonna
he. So
I'm gonna
okay.
rephrase it because you've been here. You've been here for at least an hour. You don't know what I'm talking about. No problem. I'm gonna do it again for you.
Yeah, I wonder why.
The Hebrews say their God predicted the 7-day cycle.
Why should I believe what the Hebrews say? Your premise is
it's written.
Somebody.
There we go.
No,
now your premise is that somebody wrote a thing down. What in what sense does that mean it's true?
Wait. Now you're all over the place. Now you're saying, how do
I'm
you
sorry,
know they?
you give your full argument.
No. Wait. Now you're saying that somehow it's not written. No, it's written.
This guy just loves
It's
the
a claim.
This goes back to exactly what I was saying before. You don't have any proof that what's in the Bible is actually true. Everything falls back.
What do you mean that what's in the Bible is actually true? What does that mean?
You're saying that the Hebrews said that the God.
It's a claim.
God
I didn't say to accept that. Okay,
back up your claim.
No. Listen to. I have to.
No, Jason is asking, what's the evidence? What's the support for your first premise? How do you support that claim?
Correct.
Wait. Are you asking me the statement when it says? Here's my first statement. The Hebrews say that their God. It's a claim. You don't have to accept that that's true. The Hebrews say that their God predicted this universal application, predicted the 7-day cycle.
Which
what is
Hebrews
what?
Say this?
No,
okay,
buddy. Isaiah. I gave my references already. Isaiah 66.
No. You made a compilation of biblical verses and said it made.
Okay, so now you're avoiding the fact that it's stipulating. You guys are so desperate.
No, you gave a mishmash of different Bible verses to make a prediction ad hoc.
The first 2 premises.
I'm going to rephrase it. I'm going to rephrase it.
No, wait a minute. The first 2 premises start with the Hebrews. The Hebrews claim that their God created the 7-day cycle, and that the Hebrews.
No. I'm done with that. Because Mr.
Except
Leophilus.
The Hebrews never said that.
Yeah, no problem. Jason. I left the authorship alone because Mr. Leophilus here is so desperate with his so-called sources. I'm willing to leave that alone.
Going on
no problem. I was willing to leave that. That's the last 10 minutes ago. Now I'm rephrasing or reformulating my argument to see where he's trying to go with this. So listen.
I told you where I'm trying to go with it to show that your argument is wrong, and I've already done that. You conceded that your first premise could be wrong.
No problem.
So it's not a deductive argument.
You're desperate. You're desperate.
I don't.
I'm gonna repeat.
Desperate. Right?
No problem. Yeah. I'm gonna give him 4 statements because his last objection was put it in a sentence. So I'm gonna put 4 sentences, 4 propositions.
Real quick, before you do that, just let me come in. I'm just announcing. I said I'd go to 11:30. I'm going to extend it to 12. But how I'm going to make that happen?
I'm done after this. I'm 4 statements, and I want to see.
Actually, 7-day. What I'm saying is, you can go to 11:30. And then you can stick around, but in order for me to end the stream at midnight, I'm gonna put you in the backstage at 11:30, then I'm gonna get like everybody's last thoughts on it. We'll end it up, and then after the stream ends, I'm going to bed, and you guys can argue about this shit all night long.
No.
You have been here doing this for hours. I applaud you, my dude. I really do.
No, bro. I just want to make the because I want to see because Leophilus thinks he has the advantage. I want to show you how desperate he is. I'm not just saying he's desperate. I'm going to prove it. I'm going to. Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Real.
No problem.
Big difference.
Let me make my 4 statements.
You understand?
Okay, no problem. You won. So here's my 4 statements.
I know.
No problem. Number 1, okay. The Hebrews say or claim that their God predicted the universal predicted the 7-day cycle. Number 1.
Is the claim that the Hebrews made true?
That there's a prediction in the Bible of a 7-day cycle? Yes, it's true. Yes, it's true.
How do we know that? What's the evidence that it's true?
Isaiah 66:23.
But that's also in the Bible. So you're just using the source as evidence that what that same source says is true. That would be textbook circular reasoning.
Buddy, I just said it's a claim, so I expect it to be circular reasoning. Stop acting like you're smart.
So you're admitting that you're committing a fallacy. Okay.
You're using the source that you're using to make a claim to verify the claim.
Jason, guys, if I say it's a claim, then I'm appealing to a witness, and I expect it to be circular. I expect it. I'm appealing to a source that's making a claim, so I expect it. It's not even my argument yet. I have to make 4 statements for it to be an argument.
Like that's not how the
No. I don't have to put it in a syllogistic form. You do that. You do that. No problem. I'm gonna. Okay, no problem. First statement, because again he's diverting. First statement is that he predicted the 7-day cycle. They say their God predicted the 7-day cycle. Number 2.
Yeah, but why should I think that's true? It's a claim they made. Why should I think that what they
the prediction is there? No, but the prediction is there. You don't have to accept the God part.
The whole
okay,
point of
I'm gonna put it in a different way. The Hebrews predicted the 7-day cycle. No problem. Because you're being a little sensitive. So I'm gonna appeal to your sensitivity. You're sensitive.
You really need to talk about that.
No problem. So the Hebrews predicted the 7-day cycle. All right, let's go with that. So they predicted the 7-day cycle.
Well,
they
of course
say
according to the Bible. In use
according to the Bible.
Babylonians have had it already. Kind of hard not to.
My friend, listen. Again, look at his desperation. They predicted the 7-day cycle would be universal. It was not universal.
They predicted that something that was already in place would become universal because
it wasn't universal. So thank you. So you validated my claim. Every time you're interjecting for something that is acceptable or accepted on both sides, he said that the Hebrews say that the 7-day cycle would be universal. So it wasn't universal 2,000 years ago. It wasn't universal 3,000 years ago. It wasn't universal 4,000 years.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so thank you very much.
It became universal roughly 1,700, almost exactly 17. I'm actually 16,900 or 1,699 years ago. 321 to 2022 is, I believe, if my math is correct, 1,699 years. So yeah,
what did you say? It was universal. It was universal.
The 7-day week was not adopted by the Romans until 321 AD. Even the Egyptians were not using it at that time. The Asians were not using it at that time.
What is your
Babylonians?
I know that. So what's your point? What's your point?
So most world cultures at this time were not using the thing you're claiming was universal, which means it wasn't universal. It didn't become universal until probably several decades, if not centuries, after the Romans already adopted it, at which point it was then adopted by other aspects of the Holy Roman Empire in Europe in the 13th,
no problem. No, watch the agitation of my friend here and listen to what he said. He said this. No problem. But every time you interrupt, no problem. Every time you interrupted me, it shows me. Listen to what he just said.
No problem.
I said it would be. They predicted that the universal application of the 7-day cycle would be universal. Would be universal. You know the tenses of verbs.
And if it wasn't universal now, you could
so
still
it was.
say it's true.
My argument does not suggest that it was universal 2,000 years ago.
7-day.
Wait.
Well, you're piping in. You're talking a lot. Richard is trying to say something. Richard,
okay, go ahead.
What you need to say real quick, and then go ahead.
Wow.
Look, 7-day. I appreciate your zeal and your excitement. Okay,
go ahead.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Divert.
You're over talking everyone constantly.
I'm the one.
Shut up, 7-day. Shut
up.
I
didn't finish a statement.
Let him finish, because I have let you go on. Like I don't like using mute buttons.
No problem. Go on, but Leo Phyllis, then let me finish one statement.
Please don't interrupt the host of the room. I'm sorry.
Richard,
you gave Richard some time to speak.
Richard was trying to pipe in.
To be mean, but you did. You kind of just went right over.
Divert.
I know all humans love a dumpster fire, guys, but could we switch to something serious? And 7-day, could you go and work on the logic of this argument? It needs a little work.
I'm gonna leave. No problem. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna take your advice. I just want to. I'm not even gonna argue. Give my 4 statements because obviously somebody's afraid. I just want to make it clear the last objection, and I'm leaving.
Interrupted.
again, I'm
yes,
gonna leave.
And I don't care because you did it constantly.
Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
Before you
I'm
go,
leaving.
do you have a channel?
Wait, Jason. I'm gonna give you my channel.
You have a channel. Okay,
Your way or Yahweh tested by fire. Your way or Yahweh, YAHWEH tested by fire. Before I let you guys go, I want to let you guys know how Leo Phillips is a smart person, and he tried to argue his last. And I'm gonna clip this. His last rebuttal was, "Oh, the 7-day cycle is not universal." Because 2,000 years ago, people were not using it. Yeah, no.
That wasn't
you see,
my claim.
again. No. People could clip it. I'm gonna clip it. Don't worry about it.
Fine,
so,
but that wasn't my claim.
So let me finish my statement. You can. I know. Again, he's interrupted me. So he said because
You're
somehow
a sensationalist.
Okay, no problem. Again, interrupted. And so I'm gonna have fun with this one. But again, saying that somehow my argument was suggesting that the 7-day cycle was supposed to be universal in the past when it says it will be. It's a prediction. It's Isaiah 66:23. It shall be that people will come. That's future tense. So if I have to explain to Leo Phillips the difference between past tense and future tense, how can I even give him 4 propositions when he doesn't even know the difference between past tense and future tense? Wow. Wow.
Does anybody else think? Is it just me, or does anybody else think that a prophecy ought to have a time limit before it becomes considered invalid?
Diversion. Now we're talking about something else.
I'll come on your channel and talk to you directly.
We can do that, Jason. We can do that.
Can you stop yapping? Can you stop fucking talking?
Jason, we can do that because I'm leaving.
Can you stop for a second?
But please,
I'm going to put my email in the private chat right now.
No problem. Do that. And please, know the difference between past tense and future. This guy's a smart dude. He knows all about the solar system, but he doesn't know the difference between past tense and future tense. And I'm supposed to be.
Well, I know a lot more. I know about a lot more in the solar system, buddy.
No. I know you know all of these things, but you don't know the simple stuff. How am I supposed to have a discussion with somebody who doesn't know the difference between past tense and future tense? Oh, it's supposed to be 2000.
When I expressed that I didn't know the difference?
Buddy, I'm gonna clip it. I'm gonna show you how ridiculous you are. And if you don't know your own train of thought, wow.
Before you go, please, 7-day, go and read the comments from your subscribers and notice that they're part sentences.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is this the demolished doctrine?
Sure.
YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah, buddy, you're not a Christian. You're not at the table. You're not at the table. You're not at the table. I could care less.
I said I'm a Christian, thereby I'm a Christian. You have no refutation.
Yeah, we're gonna wait until Jesus comes back. We'll find out.
I mean, the weird thing is, like, he hasn't rejected anything regarding like essential doctrines.
No. He's not a Christian. I'm familiar with his work and
no true Christian fallacy.
Yeah, no problem. But Leo Phillips,
what did he do?
The past tense, future tense. Remember that. All right, buddy.
What
A prediction is future.
I don't think that the past.
A prediction is future.
Are actually like this.
Prediction is future. You didn't want me to make the 4 statements because you're
not listening to what I'm saying. I'm a
no. You didn't pay attention.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Watch it.
Because see. You keep interrupting me when I go to explain the thing that's going to explain my position that you're criticizing that you don't know my position. Anyway, I'm a B theorist. I don't think that the tenses of time are ontic. There is no like real distinction between past, present, and future. That's purely an intentional with an S concept. Like it's not a real thing in reality. There's no such real thing as past, present, and future. We made that up based on our perceptive experience of reality, but it's not actually there.
Can I have a last statement to this? A last one, please. Now notice everything he did from the beginning, because I'm going to clip this and I'm going to show people how he does the musical chair. He goes from one position to the next. Listen to this. First, he suggested.
Yeah, I'm the one that changed my argument.
You stopped me now. I showed you I could stop talking, but you can't. Here's the thing. He said, first of all, I was conflating the prophecy, suggesting because it was people in the past weren't keeping a 7-day cycle. So somehow that would refute or militate against my argument. And now he's telling me that he doesn't have any the concept about past, present, and future is not real to him. So which one is it?
That's not what he said.
No, that's exactly what he said.
No, it's
not. My gosh.
Wow. Thank you. All right, guys.
I think
7-day
outside of us.
Definitely come back the next time.
No problem, guys.
Yeah,
and try to have some people that know the difference between past, present, and future. So
I do
we
know
could
the
have a-
difference. I do know
That's
the
a good
difference. Would
idea.
you like me to
No,
explain it?
I'm being real.
You're an idiot.
I'm
No,
being
I'm just
real.
blowing my.
Like,
I'm being
well,
serious. Would you like
All
me to
right.
explain the difference between past, present, and future? I can explain that
I don't
difference.
think
No,
Jesus
no,
would approve of
I'll
this.
get a group of 5-year-olds, make it a little more even.
No problem, Monsieur. No worries, Monsieur. Immutable Destiny. All your objections was
Monsieur?
refuted
Did you really just
easily.
pronounce that
Yeah,
with a hard R?
they refuted
Wait,
so
hold
easily
on,
that.
Hold on. He
Yeah,
just said
Monsieur.
Monsieur
Yeah,
with
Monsieur.
a hard
Monsieur,
R. Yes, of
Monsieur,
course.
my
Because
friend.
that's how you spell
Monsieur.
it.
What's the problem with that?
Monsieur.
What's the problem?
I don't know how he got
There's
French
no
out of that,
hard
but
R.
okay, I'll take it. I can
All
be
right.
French if you want me to be.
You scored a point, Mr. Leophilus.
All right,
That's the only
so-
point you scored.
Is it Monsieur Leo?
No problem. No problem.
All right.
That's the only point you
Sorry,
scored.
I'm trolling a
All
little.
right,
No
so
problem, no
so
problem.
thank you, 7 Day. Again, I'm gonna throw you in the back room if you want to hang around to the end of the
No
show.
problem.
I think we've come to the end of this. Thank you for
Jason,
being
I will
on.
contact you. All right.
Rage, can you bring Otangelo in? That would be some fun.
Well,
God.
it wasn't really
Or did he leave
Otangelo.
himself? Oh, it's not.
All right, so
I think it
thank you,
is.
7 Day. Great conversation.
Thank you very much.
I'm
right.
almost certain it
All right,
is.
so well, what has happened is twice now people had issues like with connections. It actually happened out for look out for number one first. For some reason, my StreamYard, when they try to connect in, it goes to this like Otangelo screen. It was the second time it's happened, but it looks
Boy,
like
that's
maybe possibly Otangelo is in the
Gave
back.
the
so-
email. They gave
so
the right email.
We'll see if this is Otangelo. We'll bring him in. I've only got till midnight though, so this is
You got
probably
an
not
hour,
a good thing.
buddy. You're fine. You've got that's Otangelo.
Yes, my friend left. It seems I want.
Nope,
to
it's Peter
keep in
acting
touch
like
with him.
Otangelo.
Jesus, was that your friend?
No, I was
Yeah.
just fucking with Otangelo a little bit.
No. He said it was his friend.
No, that
Oh, well,
was just a way to say. But of course
7
I
Day's
don't
still in
know
the back
guy.
room, and if 7 Day wants to hang around, he can. Like I'm in it at midnight, and y'all can all talk as long as we go. So, but yeah, give us your thoughts, Otangelo. I'm interested.
Well, I've never heard the argument in the way that 7 Day presented it, but there is a more scientific aspect to that, which is the circadian cycle. There is a 24-hour circadian cycle, and there is a 7-day circadian cycle, which is biological. So that matches in regards of what 7 Day is saying.
Well, the biological cycle was because of the way that humans developed their calendar. Like it's like
actually interesting,
humans
but unrelated.
adjusted
Evolution.
to that.
Correct.
If we go back like 30,000 years, humans didn't work on a 7-day cycle.
God,
I mean,
Jesus.
even back in the 1800s, they referred to something called the second sleep. You would sleep for like 3-4 hours, wake up for like an hour or two, and then go back to sleep for like 3 or 4 hours. So we don't even have to go back that far to know.
I really didn't come in to have an argument right now, but I was fascinated in regards of 7 Days insistence, the way he performed and conducted himself and interacted with atheists. I don't have that patience when people start to overtalk.
Oh
me.
yeah, you do, Otangelo. Don't be
usually-
such a.
No,
Don't be such
no.
a
I
put
mean,
down.
I'm not saying that I don't overtalk. I do overtalk as well. Sometimes I'm impatient as well. But 7 Day, he permitted all you guys to overtalk him all the time, and he just kept going on. And I usually don't have that patience when it comes to much.
Well, again, I think if we pulled a Kent Hovind here and we went and tallied, the length of time spoken, I think 7 Day kind of beats all of us combined.
Yeah, I think if we tally
I think I can learn a lot with him, and that's why I actually would like to have.
Good luck.
I would love to see you
can learn a lot from a guy that
Well,
tries
real
to
quick,
give a deductive argument that's not deductive and then
he-
changes it 4 times.
He's still in the back, and I don't want to get back into the argument, but I'll bring him up because I hopefully he's gonna hang around and argue with you guys after the stream. So I'm gonna bring him back in, Otangelo, and I'm gonna let you hook up, and I'm gonna take him back out, and we'll like I got to end the stream at midnight. You guys can talk as long as you want, So
Looking for a new mentor. Maybe this is the guy.
Yeah, let's not get
go.
back into the argumentation, but I do want to give Otangelo a chance to hook up with 7 Day.
No
God knows,
problem.
it's been lovely.
Otangelo, I have you as a friend on Facebook. We can discuss. I'm the Your Way Yahweh guy, Stanley Terry. We can contact each other there. I got your email. I'll do that. And we can discuss about the 7 day cycle argument, because this is the infallible proof. As you saw, they tried, but it didn't work. Jason, I will contact you as well, because you seem like you're a little more open. And just all I need is, the difference between past tense and future tense. That's all I need.
Would you like me to explain what the difference is?
No. I'm done with you, because you wanted every single time. Every single time you went from one position.
Every
then you
single
went to
time I objected to your argument, you changed the argument.
7 Day, please hang around till after the show and allow Leo to explain it to you. I'll probably end it before midnight. Actually, I'm gonna try to get to the end here.
Rage.
Before Otangelo, hang around more, and you can talk to 7 Day some more as well.
No problem. But Rage, one thing, I'm gonna be clipping this, and you'll feel this. I'm gonna have fun with this one. I'm gonna clip every single time you. I'm gonna entertain the people when I show them how you flip flop every single time to avoid the argument and where it leads.
How did I avoid your argument when every version of the argument you gave I objected to?
The atheist might respond to your video. I'm gonna look for it.
And I'm gonna let them know how smart you are. Like, you're a very smart person.
Because that makes you look smarter.
No. Because I know I'm not smart.
Yeah.
No. I don't. I actually think I'm. Listen, I believe I'm the least smartest person on the panel. But that shows you how powerful God is.
You're probably right.
No, they're probably right. You're probably a product of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
I'm going to clip that. That's going to be part of my show.
I'm going to clip that. No problem. Clip it. Just to let you guys know how agitated you guys are, because you guys could be so smart.
I'm so agitated. How did you know?
Again.
Man, you're so agitated, aren't you?
Otangelo,
the whole time. You are such a psychic, man. I am impressed.
No problem.
I'm going to become a believer now, man.
Otangelo
that's some
said
hardcore
one
pressing
very
stuff.
important thing. You guys, every single time, I could say 3 words before you interrupt me. In the beginning, you did. And then when I was shown the entailment, when I was shown the entailment of what you are proposing, all of a sudden, agitation.
Yeah, I know. You showed the entailment by not giving the form of the argument and how you were deriving conclusion. Wow, that's so big, man.
Please hang around 7 Day to the end of the show.
God, if I had a brain like that.
Holy shit. I wish I had more hours in my day and I didn't have to sleep, because I'd love to hear the after show that's going to ensue, but I'm going to have to bow out fairly
I wish
quickly.
I had more booze in my cabinet.
But please hang around 7 Day. I would love for y'all to continue this conversation. Otangelo, thanks for coming in. You can hang around, definitely. I'm not going to put you in the backstage. But I do have to put this earlier. I'm assuming it was you. You put in the side chat that I'm the transphobe, and I just have to say, dude, like, I totally exposed you as a transphobe. So nice projection there. But I'm not even gonna get mad about it, and I'm not gonna kick you out of the room. We've got literally about 20 minutes. I want to hear like everybody's thoughts on the bullshit that just transpired. I mean, I love his passion. Otangelo, I agree with you on that. I love his passion. I love the fact that he came in here into what I call the den of vipers, right? Like, I do it with Smokey Saint. I go into a den of vipers and I'm all alone. He did that shit for hours. I love that shit. I want to hear everybody's thoughts on what ensued, because it did not convince me. In fact, I've heard way better arguments that I've rejected. Like
I've heard better,
as you guys pointed out, none of
the
conclusion doesn't follow. So just pipe in. We've got a bit of time, and then I'm going to shut it down, and you guys can I'll bring 7 days back in and before I leave.
That's bad, Leo.
Call him out, man.
It is true, though. I mean, I have.
I just think that the positions, each one of his positions, first of all, it's not deductively valid, and each one of his positions, you could go through and say, this is not a proposition or a premise that you can say this is true. There's a huge amount of evidence that would suggest that when he says the Hebrews claim that, even if you say the Hebrews claim, or you said the Hebrew God created the 7-day cycle, if it was the Hebrew God created the 7-day cycle, then first of all, you could be like, what evidence do you have that the Hebrew God created the 7-day cycle? Well, it was just people that wrote it. If you say the Hebrews claim that their God created the 7-day cycle, then you could refer to like what Leo's saying is like other Babylonians and other folks actually created the 7-day cycle. Then he goes on to they predicted the 7-day cycle. I don't even know how that's the premise and the second premise. And then what the conclusion is, therefore, the Hebrew God is sovereign all nations. I don't see how premise 1 and premise 2 derive the final conclusion. So that I just think that like the thing is when you break it down, there's so many holes in the argument. It's just not a legit argument, in my view. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think the stretch between like there being a prediction fulfilled in the Bible to sovereignty is a huge gap.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's one of those things where it's like it doesn't necessarily follow. But the other thing too, I mean, I think probably one of the biggest weaknesses is unfortunately like even Otangelo, God bless him, he'll give like a form of the argument, or at least what he's trying to give, like a deductive syllogism or like an abductive, like an abductive inference or something like that. But the thing is, like, that's actually extremely useful information to have because it tells you like what the structure of the argument should be, like what kinds of things you need to look out for, but also like when the argument has been fulfilled, like when it's the case like that we should accept the conclusion. Like if the premises and conclusion are valid and sound, but if you don't do that, and you don't provide like a rule for inference as to how to do that, you're just not going to be able to get there, because it's unclear how the two are being connected to each other. Is it a deduction? Is he inducing that premise? Like what's going on there?
Well, I would have to digest the argument now. The quote is from Isaiah 66:23, and it says, "And it shall come to pass that from one new moon to another, and from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith the Lord." So that is basically the basis of his argument. Now, how he develops it, I would like to hear it more from him.
I mean, so I mean, I think that's kind of like, I agree with you. I think that's the basis of how he's constructing it. But he also said he was using another verse, like from a different book of the Bible, to kind of like complete that argument. But I think the issue is like it might generate an internal inconsistency with his method, because like with my argument earlier about the creation and how like becoming a new creature in Christ seems to cause a contradiction with the statement in Genesis.
I would like to hear more from him about how we become a new creation, because in the New Testament it is clear the moment that we surrender and receive Christ as Lord and Savior, we receive the Holy Spirit, and God makes us a new creature in Christ. And he seems to say that we are just made new when we die and go to heaven, and we receive a new body, a transformed body like Jesus received. So in regards of that theology, I would like to hear him more and his understanding in regards of that.
Yeah, that seems to be, from my understanding of Scripture, that doesn't seem to be like an adherence like to what the Scriptures teach.
Well, maybe he hasn't fully exposed what he actually thinks.
That could be the case too. So I mean, I'm not going to make that accusation, but it seems like there could be like tension between like a person being saved, like in a person like maintaining their faith, for instance, because he also made the claim like that he doesn't think like that he thinks like a person is saved once they like after the point of their death. But like most people would understand
saved in another meaning. That the word saved, it seems that in the context that he uses it has a different meaning than I understand it. For me, I am saved, or I receive childhood or adoptedhood by God the moment that I receive and accept Christ as Lord and Savior. Then I change from someone which didn't receive forgiveness and eternal life. At that moment, I become a child of God, and then I can know that I am saved. And if someone asks me, are you saved? And I can say, yes, I belong to Christ because I received Christ as Lord and Savior. But maybe what he is saying, that there is still a transformation going on after we are saved and we receive childhood, like we should develop our faith, we should sanctify us and so forth. And that maybe when we die, then we receive actually the actualization of salvation.
Yeah, so what he seems to be referring to is like the affirmation of faith.
Right.
Like the affirmation of faith, like once you die and you go to heaven and all that. Like that seems to be like a process of affirmation, not a process of say. And it could just be like the way he interprets the scriptures and his theology that makes sense. But it's an unusual way to refer to.
This is fascinating. Like I'm getting super sleepy. So what I want to do, let's I think look out for number one, Richard. Debt Hand hasn't had a chance to speak at all. And Leo, let's get your thoughts on it real quick. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to end it, and we'll bring back in 7 Day. He's still in the back, and he can kind of talk to you guys, and maybe it'll be a little more cordial or even more heated. Who fucking knows? So, but so we'll let look out for number one go. You didn't get too much chance to speak. I tried to get you in there a few times. But you when you got in, you brought some punches. I loved it. So what's up, man?
I still got some more, but doesn't matter. Right. First of all, I think he's been disrespectful to you as a moderator and owner of the room. Let me get that out of the way.
Yeah, okay? I appreciate that.
He interrupted like fuck, and I apologize for interrupting him, but he doesn't fucking get the message. That's out of the way. Right. First of all, I think the guy he was on a script. He was adamant in something, and there are people giving punches different ways, and he was just taking it. He could not even listen, right? Then he says that the 7 day cycle, it was part of the Bible, right? That's circular argument, right? So doesn't matter P1, P2, and the conclusion, or P fucking 17. Yeah, that was fucking circular argument. That makes it invalid by definition. Right, so his argument is not sound, right? And Leo fucking nailed it. He said, "Listen, you said that you made a deductive argument. Give me the analogy there. Yeah, no, I don't have to. That's dishonesty, right? That's dishonesty because he put on a script without the syllogism. Basically, he was not prepared, right? He was not prepared for the battle. Right, he went here into the lion's den and he got bitten. Right. Anyway, that's another. Oh yes, and finally, it is very, very cheeky for him to say, "Leo, can you help me with my syllogism?" What the fuck? That's childish. That's childish, right? That's a defeater by itself. Yeah, to ask somebody else to get my shit right. Really? Yeah. How low can you be?
I mean, I could see that as like an attempt to like maybe asking somebody to steel man the position, like make sure that the strongest possible interpretation of the argument is being addressed.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it's asking for help.
Yeah, it's the thing I think, right? Like with your point is, I think it's dishonest for the reason that he's not providing a means to falsify the argument, right? By not giving the form of the argument, he's also not giving a way for the argument to be shown incorrect or invalid.
While he was presenting the argument, I was thinking, well, he is just presenting a prophecy in Isaiah, which then supposedly has fulfilled. And I mean, we have over 350 different prophecies in the Old Testament in regards just of the Messiah. And most atheists, they just reject it. They say, well, it's not a prophecy. So maybe he can then expose in regards of that.
Yeah, and look out for number one.
Rabbit hole.
Anything else? All right, you good? All right, so Richard, we'll let you go next.
Go last,
and
that's okay.
All right, yeah, I was gonna let Debt Hand go last because they've never had a chance to speak. But we'll go Leo and then Debt Hand and then Richard. So Leo.
Yeah, I mean, he came in here claiming he had a deductive argument. Then when I asked him, well, what are the premises, what are the conclusion, and what's the rule of inference? He said, well, how about I give you my idea and you tell me if it's deductive? And I think that Lookout was correct there. Why would you do that? You're the one that claimed you had a deductive argument, so you should be able to do this. You shouldn't have to rely on somebody else to show you whether your argument that you're claiming is deductive. And notice how every time somebody objected to a premise or a statement that he gave, all he would do is add some post hoc modification to that statement or that argument to avoid that particular objection. But it didn't matter because the argument could still be objected to. I still don't even know what his argument is, because he didn't really give an argument. He didn't really give premises and a conclusion and a rule of inference that is being utilized to draw that conclusion from those premises. And I think it was quite clear. And also, he essentially conceded that he's like, sure, I could grant that my first premise is wrong, but you still haven't addressed my second premise. But it doesn't matter, because if you're granting that the first premise is wrong, then you're granting that your conclusion doesn't follow. And so you don't have a deductive argument. But then he wanted to change premise 2 to be 2 separate, or like 3 separate, or 4 separate premises, or whatever it was. And he was just trying to change his argument again, because he kept getting reasonable objections to the one he already had presented.
Well, and the thing is too, right? Like, even if you made it 2, 3, 4, whatever, he said his first premise is wrong, and the form of his argument was a conditional. If the first premise is wrong, nobody cares about what the other one's going to be.
Exactly.
Then it's automatically invalid.
Yeah, exactly. If you're dealing with a deductive argument, the minute that you grant that one of your premises could be wrong, you're essentially admitting that your argument isn't deductive. Because in a deductive argument, if the premises are true, the conclusion necessarily follows. So,
well, the premise is in the Old Testament, as he said, Josiah 66. He gave another 2 or 3 versicles, and then you guys questioned the dating, and I think that we have the Qumran scrolls, which are dated 100 years before Christ, so that would be the date when at least the prophecy was written, but Josiah is about 700 before Christ. So
all right, and then Debt Hand, if you're there and your mic is working, you haven't been here the whole time. I'd love to hear your concepts of this insanity tonight.
Oh man, yeah. Let's just start with when he asked for a verification of another calendar, civilization or nation or tribe that used a different calendar, and Ethiopia was brought up, and he said he'd throw out his book and convert to atheism right now, and he never did that when it was shown over and over again that, I mean, he quibbled back and forth about various points, but he never brung it home where he said, yeah, that's legit. I'm going to convert to atheism now. But to me, it was like, okay, well, I guess we're just going to have to accept that he's not going to accept any argument contrary to his points. He was just not going to accept anything other than what he believed. And he put that forth several times and said that was something he was going to do, and then he didn't do it. So that for me was mind-boggling, and that's when I started drinking. So that's where we're at.
I don't blame you on that one. I've had to have a few beers myself. So thank you, Dead Hand, for coming in. You're welcome anytime
Thanks,
to come in and join the conversation. All right, Richard, I'm dying for it. I want to hear your final words, and then we'll wrap this thing up. I'll bring 7 Day back in, and this thing can continue into the wee hours of the morning without my ass. So.
I thought it was really sweet. Jason gave a criticism that was serious. I look out for number 1. Gave a critique of the overall. Leo Filius broke down kinds of argument. Immutable, talked about the sensible logic and application. All that was beautiful. I'm not going to be near that nice.
Yeah.
This sucked. This sucked on every level. There was nothing that he said that didn't make me dumber.
But it was entertaining.
Yeah,
I love you, Richard.
Yes.
I fucking love you. Fucking rage, dude.
Worse than that. Worse than that. He's misquoting though. If you're going to read from Isaiah or Hosea, fine, okay. But now you've got half the prophecy completed, because with that 7-day week, all are not worshiping Yahweh. Did you notice?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
you got half a prophecy.
And
I'm
these
sorry,
folks,
Antangelo. My turn. My turn. Can I have a turn?
Yeah. Just to interject, and I mean, these other folks, they still worship other gods, right?
No kidding.
So, and that versicle which I just read is about old folks worshiping Yahweh, or come to worship before me.
Beer makes me too nice. Beer makes. I'm sorry, OG. Beer makes me too nice, but yeah, like this is Richard's last word. I hope I got a last word from Jason. I hope I'm not forgetting Jason in all of this.
You did not.
All right, good.
Don't
worry.
No, I meant as in you did not, as in he did not get a last word.
Jason went first, unless I'm mistaken. He just kind of started.
Yeah, go for it. I'm fine.
All right, cool. All right, and 7 Day will be coming in, and y'all can continue this. But I do want to get Richard's last word in, and then I'm going to wrap it up, and I'm going to bed, and y'all can argue with 7 Day, and 7 Day can be here to like kind of represent himself. I wanted to get everybody's thoughts on it though, because my thoughts are scatterbrained as fuck. I don't even know what to think about it. But go ahead, Richard.
Okay, so you can't take sections of sentences or sections of paragraphs, meld them together and form an idea. That's the definition of cherry picking. Okay. It's exactly what that is. There's no two ways about it. And I don't care how many times you can see that sort of thing in the text, because we all suffer, including me. We all suffer from confirmation bias. When you see something, you're going to keep seeing it. It's a written form of pareidolia. Look that up. So guys, really, it doesn't mean, first of all, the Jews didn't claim that. The Jews adopted it, as Leo pointed out. It was popularized because who was in power, i.e. Rome was in power, just like the US dollar. And these things happen in cycles. Okay. So it's not, and you did not disqualify other possibilities. There is nothing reasonable about this. Stop.
I agree. I couldn't have spoken better. So
I just wanted to say I like how
I want you guys to come at me like this. Please come at me like this. The Bible can make sense.
I just want to say I like how Richard went to telegraph mode there with the stop at the end. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I love the rage, and I love the passion. I love the passion from 7 Day. Although I just thought it was an illogical argument that made no sense, man. And I'm glad that Immutable and Leo and even Danny came in and kind of pointed it out. You know, like once you can see that first premise is done, your argument's done. After that, it was over. It was game over. So for me, it's an interesting idea, and I'm glad he's passionate about it. But I start looking into some other arguments here, where at least formulate it in a way that's going to make logical sense. It's going to actually be a deductive argument. Come back with it, try it out again, and then when it fails again, make it better. I don't know. But I love the conversation. I was going to end it short. I'm kind of glad I didn't, because it's not often I get a Christian coming in here willing to do that anymore. My old rooms got around. I'm trying to be a different rage with these things. That's my goal as I'm opening up these open rooms again, is to be a different rage, to just solely be a bad moderator instead of a bad moderator and an interjector. And I think I did that pretty well tonight. So I don't have any like exit screens. I still got some work to do to StreamYard to get it where I want it. But so I'm just going to end it, and then I'm going to bring 7 Day back in. Y'all can argue, and Knock is going to bed. So
could you pause before you end, please?
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
I want everyone who saw the conversation with you and Khalil. Does everyone, aside from just me, who did see that, would they second Danny's statement that, wow, what a difference, rage. Wow, what a difference in you,
man. I've been reading a fucking shit ton this last year, dude. So. Let me unmute myself again. I really appreciate that, Richard. I think I'm coming along. I felt good about it, but to hear other people say that, I got one comment like, "Where's Two Jump when you need them?" And I'm like, "Fuck you." I thought I did decent.
You know what? Fuck you too.
Was that you? That wasn't you.
What? No. I came back and I heard you say that, so I figured I'd fuck with you.
I mean, I kid. You know, I'm still somewhat a novice, but I'm getting there. I like I told Khalil in the stream. I understood him this time. I understood the words, right? So
that's a first step. I mean, thing is too, like, there's different ways to respond to certain philosophical arguments, and some of them are better than others based upon what you're trying to achieve with it. But and the first part of it, as always, is always trying to understand like the premise of the premises of the argument and what the argument is trying to get at.
So and I'll just get better because I'm gonna keep reading. I am reading. That's one thing I've never been able to not do is I can read fucking anything, man. You know, I prefer a good fantasy, a good fucking Robert Jordan or Brandon Sanderson type of book, but I can make myself read anything. So I'm on a warpath. But I am gonna just end it. It's gonna be no ending screen, and then I'm gonna bring 7 Day back in. He's been patiently waiting. So
can Jason go? Can Jason go? He didn't do give his.
That's okay.
Well, Jason, if you got something to say, go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't really have anything to say. I think I said my piece about how I just didn't think his the premises made any sense, and they didn't follow.
Oh, but Jason, you know you can't refute his argument. You know that.
And as always, Jason, you're like the prettiest dude on YouTube, man.
I know, fucking shit. Got guys sweating over here. What the fuck?
Second to Danny.
Second to Danny. No,
I just hope
fuck
that
Danny.
nobody actually heard
Danny,
what
like
Danny's hot.
when you say that, it makes me feel a little smoky-ish because I mean he's a good-looking dude, but he also looks 12.
I don't think he looks 12, but look, I agree. I think Danny's a pretty good looking guy.
I kid.
Jason is a dilf. I'm sorry, like Jason is straight up a dilf. Like that is a dude you see at the bar and you're like, damn.
Danny, I kid with Danny, and I've said that to Danny since I met him. Like, dude, you look like you're 12.
I'm almost
but
certain.
He got a pretty smile. I ain't gonna lie, he got a pretty smile. All right,
Jason, you got a pretty mouth, boy.
What?
Oh boy.
What?
All right.
What'd you say? Immutable?
We are out of here, and the conversation will continue. And Danny is having an open mic, so feel free to go over and join Danny's open mic as well. All right, good night, everybody. Thanks for joining. I'll see you soon.